present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
But on the land, the
Momo Konomiyaki, thank you for the follow.
Was king.
And thank you, Murph, for keeping me online for the past 40 months. Thank you for everything you do, Murph. Such a stalwart supporter of this community. I appreciate you more than you know.
Tradoon.
Holy cow, happy Wednesday, everybody. It is October 22nd, 2025. We're going to do some paleontologizing here. If you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. Dinosaur fossils in particular. That's why I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Might start working on some other groups of critters too. But for now, all of my publications have been on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I excavate during the summers, or I guess the autumn too, like I was just a few weeks ago out there in Utah. But the way that I make my living is streaming here on Twitch. Whether we're going over new scientific papers, like we'll be doing tomorrow, or doing a lot of viewer Q&A, like we'll be doing today, or interviewing other paleontologists, like I'll be doing next week. The whole point of these streams is to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, what paleontology is all about, why it's fascinating and important and relevant to your everyday life. So if that sounds good to you, I hope you stick around. And let me know if you've got any questions. This is going to be a very Q&A heavy stream. At least it's supposed to be. So don't be shy with those questions. Anywho, yeah, let's see who we've got here in the chat real quick. Momo Konomiyaki, how are you doing? I hope you're having an excellent day. Thank you for the follow, and welcome. I haven't seen your name here before. You must be new. I hope you stick around. Let's see, I think we saw Lenina and Kodali and Matt M33 up at the top of chat, but we've already lost that part. Hello to all three of you. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. We've got Hogan698. Devil D has returned to us. How you doing, Devil D? Sketchy Tracks. Howdy, howdy. Lenina, always wonderful to see you. I like those Halloween emotes. These are great. I've got to plan out some Halloween streams for next week. That's swiftly approaching, isn't it? Holy moly. And Claire Burr, thank you for everything that you do for this community, Claire. I appreciate you more than you know. Thanks for always getting those VODs up on YouTube and everything. Appreciate you more than you know, Claire. Holy cow. Alexander Morrison, howdy howdy. Good to see you. Tommy Plodicus, what's shaking with you? Next week, we're going to be interviewing an expert on Diplodocus. So I hope you can tune in then. That should be next Wednesday. I'll talk more about this later. Danish Viking, howdy howdy. Lakino X. But yeah, I have a good question, but not subtitles. I won't understand. Like, you know, I encourage you to still ask your question. I'd be happy to answer it for you, even if there is a translation thing that we need to do.
That dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
Darth Goof, thank you so much for the 49 months of support. Really appreciate it. Great to have you here. Jazzy Cat, Stadler and Waldorf, Fake 2.0, Hike the Earth, Lower the Noob, Dark Muppeteer, hi to you too. Cosmo Quest, thank you so much for that raid.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits, kicking off a hype train there. Brilliant. Appreciate that, Golganek. Excellent. Squiggles, howdy howdy. Tax due. What's shaking? Rushwing. I'm glad you like the song. Yeah. And who else have we got? Scrolling through. Bush Doctor. Hello, hello. And Murph. Howdy, howdy. Again. Oh, and Paleo Ken. Ken, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you as always, Ken. I hope things are good in your world. Getting ready to move to New York. Going back to school. That's so exciting, Ken. Holy cow. Scoobs and the Ouch Ouch. And Real Casey Jones. Real Casey Jones says, it was a pleasure meeting you at the beach cleanup. Pleasure's all mine. Thank you for being here, too. Holy cow. It's good to have you here. The beach cleanup was a lot of fun. Let's see. Earlier, Balint texted me a link to a photo album. I wonder if
you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Let's see. Okay, let's log in with the Paleontologizing account. There we go. Let's see here. Do we have beach cleanup photos? I think we do. And hello, Joshua Colossus. Thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for saying hello. How are you doing? Let's see here. I gotta scroll. Wait, he's got so many photos in here. This is great. I'm gonna have to add a bunch. Let's see here. Am I looking at these the wrong way? I am. The earlier ones are at the top. Okay, okay. That's making a bit more sense. Hey, here we go. Beach cleanup photo. There's me right in the middle. Shoot. Blocking Otter Do It and Nerdolino and Berlin. Wasn't trying to do that. Shoot. But, yeah. And I've got my leatherback t-shirt on. Keep the sea plastic free. Did a pretty good job of that, I would say. Yeah, we cleaned up a lot of trash off that beach. I was hoping we'd have a picture of the bicycle wheel that I found. A wheel with a tire and a reflector on it. Picked it up out of the surf. Felt good to put that thing in the trash, get it off the beach. Yeah. Red Robbins 78 says, hi, met you through Mark. Hope you're doing okay. I am.
Did you ever,
good to see you. Welcome.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Glue is cheap. Thank you, Lower the Noob, for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate you supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It's wonderful, Lower the Noob. Thank you.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Right next to you says Real Casey Jones. Awesome. Phenomenal. Yeah. Super cool. That was a good day. Had to get up had to be at the beach at 7 a.m. for the beach cleanup, which meant I had to get up at like 6 after staying up pretty late the night before with the partner party and everything. But man, was it worth it. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Good people in that crowd. But yeah, before it got too warm. And it's San Diego. It's not like it ever gets all that hot. The weather is kind of unbeatable in San Diego. It's like 70 degrees year round. I guess it might fluctuate a little bit, but San Diego is famous for its impeccable weather. Just beautiful all the time, you know? So yeah, it was good stuff. Anyway, on today's stream, we're going to be doing a lot of Q&A, so again, if anybody happens to have any questions at all about dinosaurs, about the history of life on Earth, about the fossil record, about extinction and evolution, about the philosophy of science in general, please don't be shy with those questions. That's what we're all about here, especially today. We'll also be going over some new videos that have popped up on YouTube that I missed while I was away at TwitchCon. And then I'm awaiting some responses from some other paleontologists via email, trying to get access to some papers. With any luck, we'll be able to cover 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 new kinds of dinosaur just published, new genera and species published while I was away at TwitchCon. I've already got 1 response. I've got that paper. And we'll actually be interviewing that author next week too, so I'm very excited about that. But yeah, 1 new dinosaur from Montana, 2 from Argentina. So we'll be talking about those tomorrow. And exactly right, Claire. Holy cow, I should have...
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah. 3 new dinosaurs tomorrow. It's gonna be good. And It's Lynn says I was sent by Stream Stickers. I met
Once
Stream
we
Stickers.
knew only that they vanished.
Cool. We are going to talk about dinosaurs.
Ruled the land
Mythox
longer
_R
than any
and their
creature
21
before
raiders
them,
want
or
to know more
since.
than that.
And holy cow, Mythics R, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy. It is wonderful to have you here. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
On formal occasions, he's called
Here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach.
Isn't he? 70 feet long.
General Ryder.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35.
Thank you for the follow. 35 tons. We've been having some issues with our alerts. Things cutting off, things getting stepped on. I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Good stuff. And it's lovely to see you too, Mythics R. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. You were doing some co-working and studying. Well, well, well. Excellent. Artist, cozy gamer, audio, video engineer, voice actor, and DNR Ranger? You're a ranger for the Department of Natural Resources? Sorry, there's an ellipsis after DN. So I assume you work for the Department of Natural Resources, in which case, big salute to you. I've worked with the DNR multiple times in different states, working on lands administered by the Department of Natural Resources. DND/TTRPG. Oh, RPG. Rocket-propelled grenade. Sounds a little dangerous, but very cool. Thank you for raiding in. Appreciate you, Mythics R. And this might be a good opportunity to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny. So without further ado, for all the new folks who came in with Mythics R and anybody else who might be new here, let's play you a quick little welcome video so that you'll be a little bit less confused about who I am than I am about who you are. To everybody at the Department of Natural Resources. Hang on, goodness. Sorry, he's very eager. Without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny here is going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, and how in the world a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch. So thank you so much, Mythics R. Can we get another shout out for you real quick? And yeah, Previously Recorded Danny. Thank you for your patience. Take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true. Thank you, A Little Willow, for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 11 months. Thank you very, very much for that. And Chris TS just subscribed for 3 months in advance at Tier 1. Really appreciate that, Chris TS. Thank you, thank you. Phenomenal. Thank you so much, Mythix R, for the raid. Really appreciate that. Again, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thanks for bringing everybody over here. And Murph, thank you for gifting.
Spared no expense.
Mythix R. Splendid. Good stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Mythix says, I'm usually here during the Dig live stream, so it's my first time getting to see the intro and meet Danny himself. Well, I'm also there during the Dig live streams, but maybe not as attentive to chat. We're gonna have a fun, chill stream from the office today, you know? This is where I'm at when we're not out in the field. So...
You need to take some of your own advice.
Oh, what's this?
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Great advice.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Oh, bad advice.
Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Displacer. Tier 2, 27 months. Appreciate that, Displacer. Thank you for your ongoing high-impact support. Tier 2. Thank you very much for that. Excellent. That is one of my favorite shows too, whatever. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of TV, but 30 Rock is just gold. Yeah. Yeah, before we get too off track, let me do a quick Blue Sky post. We'll do some Metazoa. And then we'll take a look at some videos on YouTube that I think might prompt some cool discussion today. Given that today is... We're saving our new dinosaurs. We've got 3 of them that we'll be talking about tomorrow, just published. 1 new dinosaur from Montana and 2 from Argentina. New genera, new species. We'll go over that tomorrow, but today, kind of a loosey-goosey stream. Lots of Q&A, should be pretty casual. Yeah. And, there we go. Take a screenshot there. If that's any good, that'll work.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Kevin, 661959. Thank you for subscribing. That is a recurring sub right there. Holy cow. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I will do my very best to provide you with good science information and chill vibes and paleontological camaraderie for the foreseeable future. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not ever having to watch any ads on this channel as long as you stay subscribed. Appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And where can I find your Bart Simpson's Twitch outfit? Lol. Bart Simpson Twitch outfit. Donna dresses you for Halloween. I don't know if I've ever worn a Bart Simpson's t-shirt. Although Bob Bacher did at one point. Let me see if I can find that clip. Gosh darn it. Who is the name of that newscaster? Really famous newscaster who did that, he hosted that dinosaur series, the documentary series. It's not Tom Brokaw, it's not Dan Rather, it's not Ted Koppel. Let's see. Walter Cronkite, thank you. Lenina, that's it. Yeah. It was in this one. He talks to Bob Barker. And Bob Barker is wearing a Bart Simpson t-shirt, which I always thought was funny.
The teeth. Meat-eating dinosaur teeth. And the next step is to go to the documents, what other people have thought about this type of tooth. And this may surprise you. I don't go to the literature of 1990 or 1980 or 1970.
See, you can see Bart's hair
I
there.
find the most exciting thing. Let's go
This
back
is
to
the 90s.
Go back to
Of
the
course,
last
everybody had a Bart
century,
Simpson t-shirt.
all the way back to 1820s, because I find their level of analysis just incredibly acute.
Anywho. Yeah. Oh, Zool says, playing a previous stream where you wore a different colored shirt on stream? I wear different colored shirts almost every day, Zool. What do you mean? I had an orange shirt yesterday. Look, and I have receipts. I can prove it. Here. There we go. Orange shirt. See? Yeah. Anyway. And here, I feel like I can take a better screenshot than this. We can do better. There we go. That's better. Crop that, post that to Blue Sky. Crop. Excellent. Come on. Save as. Come on, Windows. Come on, Windows. Don't fail me now. There we go. It's a Q&A heavy stream today as I continue to catch up after TwitchCon. So join us and post your best paleontology questions. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Tomorrow we'll be covering 3 Now I'll do that tomorrow, yeah. Alt text, Twitch screenshot of me in my office with a 3D printed baby Triceratops skeleton hiding behind me, as well as various framed prints of paleo related stuff, etc. Good enough for alt texts. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
So it's spelled correctly. There we go. Then we'll jump into some Metazoa here. Yeah. There we go. Here it is in the chat for you. If you'd like to engage with that post for whatever reason. Yeah. I was also able to post this earlier today, too. I thought some folks maybe would want an update on the Vaquita. Good old Vaquita. Looking very precious. Casey was able to paint it, and just in case you haven't seen it yet, There it is. Really proud of this, so I'll be joining Casey for some special streams about this critter. What is that? In 2 weeks? There, I bet you we can find that if we click through to her profile. And let's see. Save the Vaquita. She's got a webpage about this, right? I'm trying to find it. There we go. Excellent. I'll give you a link right here. So these are incredible animals. The vaquita is the world's smallest whale. It's a kind of porpoise. They live up in the elbow of the Sea of Cortez, so between Baja California and mainland Mexico. We think there's fewer than 12 of these alive in the world. They are absolutely on the very brink of extinction. But they can bounce back. They can recover if we work to save them now. So we're trying to raise awareness about these creatures, get people excited about them, and Casey has been doing a phenomenal job of that. She's running some special streams. November 2nd through the 8th is Save the Vaquita Week. With fewer than 20 left, the vaquita is the most endangered marine mammal on the planet. Streamers from all over Twitch are coming together to spread the word and raise money to help save this tiny porpoise. Check out these links to get more information. Anyone can help by spreading the word and using Save the Vaquita on any social media posts about this animal. There we go. Yeah. So I'll be doing a special stream about the vaquita and then raiding into Casey's channel to chat about it some more, I think. We gotta figure out the details. But that's gonna be a ton of fun. Really, really excited about that. Yeah. Let's raise some serious fundage for the vaquita. That's the plan, Lenina. Funding and awareness. That's the name of the game with this. And speaking of precious little babbles, well, hello to you, Mini Pie. How are you doing? What's going on? What's going on? You having a good day? Chad, this is one of my landlords here. This is Ms. Mini Pie. And I can finally kind of pet her over by her shoulders. I gave her flea medicine yesterday, and it's finally kind of dried a little bit. Huh? Yeah. So we'll give her some treats in a little bit. But yeah. Hang on, Polska Dot? Is that... You just gave me an idea. I might be stealing this from you, but, let's see. T-E-Q. There we go. Oh, man. We could make a cold open video with this. Oh, yeah. We might end up having to do that.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been...
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you, Polska Dot. I appreciate it. John Jojo, thank you for the follow. Sorry, Jomo Jojo, rather. Thanks for following. We're talking about vaquita.
Tradoon.
That's really good. This is some of the only footage that exists of vaquita alive in the wild. Really cool critters. Yeah. Here's a link. It's good footage. I don't know if they've ever actually been had footage of them underwater. Maybe not. Anyhow, what are you excited about, Mini Pie? Huh?
Tradoon,
And Jomo Jojo Joe says, thanks, I saw one of your TwitchCon panels. Which one, if you don't mind my asking? Wonderful to have you here. Thanks for saying hello, I appreciate it. It was such an honor to be able to do some panels at TwitchCon this year. Hoping to do more next year, too. This was a blast, and we had such a good turnout. Thank you for being part of that, Jomo Jojo Joe. Thank you for supporting science education here on Twitch. It was really good. It was an honor to be able to be part of that. Anyway, Mini Pie here, I think, is demanding some rent payments, so we can make that happen. Huh, Minnie? Huh. Alright. Alright. Make that happen. Yeah. There we go. Look at those. For you. There we go. There we go. And Rothgar says, I have a dinosaur-related question. Excellent. What was the genetic advantage of the Microraptor having 4 wings, and why do we not see other vertebrates with them? Oh, boy. That is a really good question, and we're still figuring that out. Microraptor and a number of other theropod dinosaurs may have actually had the whole 4-wing thing going on. The question is why, and how were those wings oriented too? I'll talk about that in a minute after Mini Pie here finishes collecting her rent. But we're still figuring some of this stuff out. Yeah. And and Lycano X says, how do you recognize the tibia of different kinds of theropods? If you only have that, I mean. With reference to the dinosaur named Cole. Possible Alvarosaurid, but possible Oviraptorosaur. Yeah, tibiae tend to be fairly distinct in a lot of cases. And Shark Geek.
It's the dinosaur.
What the robots you see? Paleontologizing.
Okay. Thank you, Shark Geek, for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate that. Wonderful that we were able to raid in yesterday too, and congrats on those 100 subs. Awesome. And meeting your 1,000 follower goal. We'll get you up to 1,000 subscribers soon, I'm sure. But wonderful. How are you doing, Shark Geek? We will be talking about theropods right now. Yeah. And we've got a brand new kind of theropod to talk about tomorrow too. We'll be looking at that new paper. So, yeah, but so we had a question about Microraptor, first of all, and then we'll move on to how diagnostic different theropod tibiae can be. So Microraptor guai, is this very cool, potentially 4-winged theropod dinosaur. So they had wings on their arms, but also big feathers extending off of their legs. And so the question is, how did they use those? At first, we saw depictions like this. This idea that they would have been able to extend their legs out to the sides like this, kind of do the splits. And, yeah, kind of like not a biplane, but like, what would this be like? It almost reminds me of like a P-38 Lightning fighter bomber. Almost something like this, you know? These were very, very successful aircraft in World War II. American-made, Lockheed P-38 Lightning. Yeah, this struck fear into the hearts of the Nazis and the Imperial Japanese and fascists of all sorts. So, one of my favorite planes. Such a cool machine. But you see that twin tail boom like that, with the I want to call it a wing surface, but the tail surface that goes across them like that. It does kind of remind me of this idea of Microraptor a little bit. Just all of these extra surfaces to provide gliding ability. The idea is that dinosaurs like Microraptor, with phenomenally well-preserved fossils that show these big feathers coming off the legs. The idea is that they would have been able to climb trees and then jump off of those trees and glide to the next tree. So that's kind of the original idea that's been called into question a little bit. But first, let me show you this. Trying to find you a decent... Here we go, let's take a look at this.
Life on our planet looked in the past. Paleontologists search for traces of past living animals and plants, which are called fossils, to put together the pieces of a puzzle that formed our planet's history.
It's not like when people put together a puzzle that you get out of a box, because it's really more like a puzzle where 80 to 90% of the pieces are missing.
It's like a puzzle you get out of the box at the thrift store, you know?
The ones that you do have are broken, and there's no picture on the box that shows you what it should look like.
Justin Hall is a PhD
So it's like a puzzle you get out of a Ziploc bag at the thrift store.
paleontology student at the Los Angeles Natural History Museum. The
There's
animal
Archaeopteryx that he's
studied
working
in
on.
this case is the Microraptor,
Yeah.
a four-winged flying dinosaur. Justin explains that the very first step to solve the puzzle of flight is to figure out what the original flying dinosaur looked like.
And what you really have to do is know what that picture should look like by knowing what other animals look like and knowing what other things do. And you sort of fill that information back in and reconstruct the whole thing.
So this is what I do as a paleontologist. Some of my publications, both past and upcoming, are doing this, using modern animals as kind of a key for figuring out extinct animals. What do modern animals do? What does their anatomy look like compared to their skeleton? How do they behave? How do they use different features? Using those as kind of a key for understanding these extinct critters.
In certain cases, we get really, really lucky and we get very complete specimens, like our Tyrannosaur downstairs.
There you go,
is around 80% complete, which is just ridiculously complete.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you. Aramcha, I appreciate the follow and the kind words. Good to have you.
We almost never get that. It's usually, if you have 30%, we're really, really happy. So that's one of the things that's really fun about it, because you get to use your imagination and creativity and sort of mental visualization powers to fill in what the rest of that animal looks like.
Justin tries to figure out the behavior of the Microraptor by comparing it with birds and crocodiles, two of the closest living relatives of dinosaurs.
What you can do then is if there's a behavior that both crocodiles and birds do, you can safely start to assume that maybe dinosaurs did that.
Yeah, so there's a name for this. We call this the EPB, the Extant Phylogenetic Bracket. So basically, if we've got something about dinosaurs that's unknown, we can look at their closest living relatives. We can look at crocs, who are basically cousins of the dinosaurs, and we can look at birds, who are literally living dinosaurs. So if both birds and crocs do something or have a certain anatomical feature or something about their anatomy that doesn't readily fossilize for dinosaurs, we can kind of infer that dinosaurs probably did that or had that or were like that too. Does that make sense? It's useful for a lot of different things as a way of kind of organizing our thoughts, forming good hypotheses. It's not a definite thing where we can just say, yes, dinosaurs definitely did this or had this or anything like that. It's more of a way of organizing our hypotheses, coming up with good ideas that might be testable, that kind of thing. And it doesn't work for everything. Like, did dinosaurs have lips covering their teeth? You know, did dinosaurs like say, Tyrannosaurus here? Would you have been able to see their teeth when they closed their mouths, or did they have lips covering them? You know, this has been an ongoing debate. The consensus seems to be moving toward the idea that they did have lips covering their teeth, like Komodo dragons do. But if we use the extant phylogenetic bracket, then, well, birds don't have lips, and crocs don't have lips, so that could mislead you. Dinosaurs might still have lips, you know, in a lot of cases. You gotta be careful with the EPB, you know? Yeah. So yeah. And Deathsaurus. Yeah, there was. I think that paper was actually published recently. The one about the like near where the upper and lower jaws meet, like a cheek sort of thing going on there. Yeah, but the real answer is sometimes. There you go, Dreaming to Fight. I think you're probably right. Yeah. So yeah, Alexander Morrison says it's not perfect, but it still provides a good amount of help. Exactly. So that's what this guy was saying here about using crocs and birds to try and infer things about dinosaurs.
Living relatives of dinosaurs.
What you can do then is if there's a behavior that both crocodiles and birds do, you can safely start to assume that maybe dinosaurs did that. And then you can look at the skeleton for evidence for it. You can look at eggshell, things like that. And you can try to figure out behavior that dinosaurs did by comparing their living relatives.
One of the key features to identify a dinosaur is a perforate acetabulum.
Yes. So this might... I hope that we're talking about Microraptor here, because this is... Yeah, this is really important for whether or not they could actually do the splits like this. So in order to do this, you have to be able to extend your legs out to the sides and, like, do the splits. Most dinosaurs could not do this because they've got a thigh bone, the femur, with the femoral head that comes out at a right angle. And so the femur fits into the hip socket like that, and the femur moves back and forth. But they wouldn't be able to do the splits because that right angle of the femoral head going into the hip socket just wouldn't allow for that. So I hope that's what they're talking about here.
What?
It's a really complicated way of saying that the hip has a hole in it, so the hip socket actually has a hole. And into that,
we call it the
femur, which is the thigh bone, has a little ball on the end, and the ball sits inside the hole. So it's actually structured very similar to how our hip is, where we have a little socket and then a ball that sits in there.
Scientists who previously studied the Microraptor indicated that they flew with the back wings spread out to the side, as if they were doing the splits. These authors argued that both back and front wings were used at the same level, held horizontally to the ground, to increase lift and help the animal glide.
We didn't like the idea because we don't think the animal can physically do that. We don't think its legs bend that way. Everybody knows people that can do the splits. Nobody knows anybody that goes around doing it as part of how they get around in their daily life. It just doesn't.
Well, maybe somebody in chat knows somebody who does the splits full time to get around, but I certainly don't.
Makes sense. It's not comfortable for them to do it. Even if they can do it, it's not something they can do
excellent.
Really easily.
So the anatomy and the biomechanics are saying no. The back wings are not used for gliding. But we are still stuck with a puzzle piece that doesn't fit anywhere. What are the back wings used for? To explain how these wings are working, Justin compares the wings with when you stick your hand out of the window of a car. As the air comes in, it's going to push and pop your hand up. That popping up is lift.
Man, she should really be watching where she's driving. She's going pretty fast there. And Sour Fox 1234, thank you for the 5 months. I really appreciate that. Oh, look at that. Look at all those chickens. Sour Fox, thank you so much for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah, she should really look where she's going, even if she is driving a stationary car in front of a green screen.
It's going to push and pop your hand up. That popping up is lift.
Unsafe.
As
Don't try that at home, kids.
You're going to catch more and more air. The air pushing you back is drag.
What Microraptor's doing is it's basically turning a wing.
And is she in the passenger seat? Oh, maybe she is.
Back is drag.
What Microraptor's doing is it's basically turning
good point, Dreaming to Fight.
A wing on edge like this, and then with that air that's coming in as it's flying, if it turns that wing surface to the side, just like your hand will pop and deflect off to the side, it's going to do the same thing with that leg. It's going to produce a ton of drag on the feathers that are sticking off the back leg, and as the animal turns, when any flying thing turns, a plane, a bird, anything, it banks its whole body. And so when it does that, if it just leaves those legs sticking straight down and doesn't do anything unusual with them, but as it banks its body, let's see, as it, I can't do legs.
More hand gestures
here. As it banks its body, those legs that are sticking down here are going to start to produce drag and start to produce a little bit of lift in this direction. And what happens is it kind of slows the animal down and then it turns faster.
Oh, very cool.
Is that instead of using front and back wings at the same time, Microraptors found a way to use the wings to produce drag, which can help them turn between 40 to 180% faster, making really sharp cuts through the air.
We know this animal lives in an environment with lots and lots of trees around, so this is a huge, huge advantage to something that has to dodge objects pretty much every time it's in the air.
The birds you see flying in the air today have adapted the mechanism from the Microraptor to become the advanced flying creatures that they are today. Justin explains how the model he created supported this idea.
It's really neat because all you have to do is basically give something feathers and make the tail longer, and then you can get it into the air. Now, modern birds have really advanced control structures. They do most stuff with their front wings, really advanced slot tips and things that they can do to help them maneuver.
Drifters. There you go, Rushwing, yeah.
To get to that point, you have to have something in the air and start evolving. Like, you can't just evolve that. It doesn't make sense to evolve that while you're still a ground-dwelling animal. So what's really cool about this model is it provides a plausible way to get those dinosaurs into the air and then start selecting on it to ultimately wind up with modern birds.
So it's almost like Microraptor is a missing link. I hate that phrase, but it might be sort of useful here. A missing link in getting from a gliding animal to a fully volant, powered flight animal. Like, this is a nice in-between. This is the training wheels before you learn how to, you know, ride a proper two-wheel bike with no training wheels. That sort of idea.
First, we're a little bit concerned. What if, you know, we're making a pretty big step in saying that this four-wing flight is possibly how birds evolve flight, and that it happened with dromaeosaurs. We may be wrong. But the key point to keep in mind is that if you're not ever wrong, you're probably not doing interesting enough stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're not pushing your boundaries. You're not trying to challenge and do what you can.
So, yeah, it's a really good point. As scientists, we are on the very frontier of human knowledge. We're trying to figure things out that nobody knows. Like, nobody's figured this stuff out. It's a blank spot on the map. So we're out there on the bleeding edge of what we know as human beings. So we're going to get things wrong every once in a while. You kind of have to get things wrong in order to be able to figure out what's true and what's not. When you're out there on the frontier, there's going to be things that don't hold up in the long run. But you got to put new ideas out there.
Stuff. Because you're not pushing your boundaries. You're not trying to challenge and do what you can.
Want to play the paleontology puzzle? Access now the Curiosity Machine.
Very cool. Anyway, here is a link to that. So I hope that kind of gets this idea across as we're talking about Microraptor. What's the use of four wings like that? I was always a little skeptical of this idea that they had four wings all in parallel together like that. Instead, these animals may have been much more like this. So, kind of using those leg wings as rudders, as tail fins almost. Again, kind of like on a P-38 Lightning. You've got the dual tail booms like that. This helped this plane be very maneuverable. That makes sense? So yeah. I hope that satisfies your curiosity about Microraptor for the time being anyway, but if you want to read more about this animal, the best place to start, honestly, is Wikipedia. So, I say this all the time, the best single resource for learning about dinosaurs online is not this stream, sorry. It's not this channel. It's Wikipedia. I can't say this necessarily for other fields of knowledge, but I can say this for the thing that I'm an expert in. Stuff that I work on. Dinosaurs, Wikipedia is unbeatable. There are a lot of very passionate people who edit the dinosaur branch of Wikipedia, and they do a phenomenal job. Oftentimes, this is the first place you can learn about new dinosaurs, is on Wikipedia if you monitor certain articles, because new genera and species get added to Wikipedia, like, sometimes even before they're officially published. So anywho, Microraptor, got a pretty good article here. Check it out. And, of course, the best part is the references. So if you want to go back and read the original literature, if you want to see what scientists have actually published on this animal, this is the place. And holy cow, it just keeps going. Look at this. 49 different references here. Superb. But yeah, Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Yeah, and Chris Strahl says, but Wikipedia is no fun, unlike you? Well, thank you. I think Wikipedia is fun. But I do my best to make learning about fossil science fun and engaging. Thought-provoking, and maybe challenging in a good way. Challenging misconceptions. Trying to get people to think critically about what we know about the natural world and how we can learn more and all that good stuff. So yeah. Anywho. And Shadowwind Art says, could they have been both? Well, they probably couldn't do the splits like that. Their legs don't seem to be set up for that properly. They don't have the right hip structure to be able to actually do the splits without dislocating their thigh bones, which would not be good. They walk on their hind legs, so yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. But yeah. And Claire Bird, thank you for reposting that. Yes, we'll get to this next. How do you recognize the tibiae of different kinds of theropod dinosaurs? So when we're talking about dinosaurs, where's my, I'll find my Velociraptor skeleton real quick. Hang on just a second. Right back. Where is that? Over here. I don't know where I moved it to, but anyway. Here, let's pull up. There we go. 3D model here of Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. This is the Wonkel Rex model. So this is the same one that we have emotes of. That skull right there is the same one that we have multiple emotes of. So the tibia is the main thigh bone here, or main shin bone, excuse me. So when we're looking at the hind limb of a theropod dinosaur, you have the foot right here, and then it extends all the way to here. These dinosaurs walked on their toes. They're digitigrade, like a lot of animals, maybe most animals that walk on their limbs. So, foot right here. There's the ankle joint. This is the shin, and then this is the thigh, right there. See? So, femur right here, and then tibia and fibula right here. So this is just like in your leg. You know, you've got a femur, tibia, fibula off to the side, ankle, and then the foot. You've got the metatarsals and the phalanges right here. So the tibiae of different theropod dinosaurs especially are often very different. They have a lot of what we call diagnostic features. So these are different characteristics that are unique among different dinosaurs. So I've found a Tyrannosaurus tibia before, and I instantly knew I had a Tyrannosaurus tibia, just because, well, A, it's a tibia. You find it in the Hell Creek Formation. That's the only big meat-eating dinosaur in that formation, really. So I know it was a Rex tibia. The tibia on Tyrannosaurus is very robust. On other dinosaurs, it can be much more gracile, much more slender, lightly built, delicate. And you've got lots of different features like this, especially around the joints, that look very different depending on which kind of dinosaur you're dealing with. So, alvarezsaurs, things like Mononychus, right here, they've got a very distinctive tibia as well, and very distinctive metatarsals and a few other features like that. But the more closely related certain groups of dinosaurs are, often the more similar their bones are, as you would imagine. And so if we're looking at dinosaurs, like our question asker asked about, like Cole, right here. This is another alvarezsaur. It's thought to be an alvarezsaur, at least. Yeah. It's known only from one complete foot, suggesting that it may have been relatively rare in that ecosystem. Okay. Yeah. I would actually not be shocked if this turns out to be an adult Shuvuia, which is another animal, another alvarezsaur from the same formation. Shibuya is very small. I wouldn't be shocked if that's a juvenile or a subadult, and this is the adult. But, yeah. So... yeah, so I guess there's some controversy about where this animal belongs. Let's see if we can find the original paper and take a look at... There we go. Take a look at that publication here.
Ontogeny.
There we go. Ellen Turner, Sterling Nesbitt, and Mark Norell. Mark Norell just passed away recently, and yeah, it's a big loss for the paleontological community. He was a big name, did a lot of really cool things, helped really advance our science, and I found this a few days ago. Some members of chat already know about this, but I finally tracked it down. This is his name tag. We have like it's a tradition at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, SVP, meetings. We trade name tags at the after party at the end of the conference, and I got Mark Norell's during my first SVP in 2013. So it is a cherished artifact, absolutely, Claire Burr. Yeah. So there it is right there. But Mark Norell was one of the authors on this paper, originally describing this dinosaur, Cole. Might be wondering, what does that name mean? I should say here, Cole. Etymology from Mongolian kol, meaning foot. Because they had a foot from this animal. That's all they had. And there it is. It's beautifully well preserved. But that's the thing, is it is a little bit... There's several different dinosaurs that... Wait, no, this is just the foot. Do they not have a tibia? They don't have a tibia. Well, never mind. Okay, that's a moot point then. There is no tibia on this animal. As far as I know. No tibia. Okay. I think our question asker thought that there was a tibia, but there isn't one for this animal. Anyway, the foot of this looks a lot like an alvarezsaur. It also looks a lot like an ornithomimid, and maybe a little bit like an oviraptorosaur too. But these critters have something that we call the arctometatarsalien condition. So this is where the upper foot bones, the metatarsals, fuse together. They get pinched together into one solid mass, almost. The third metatarsal. So we have... Well, the first one isn't visible here. Well, it is. There's the first, and then second, third, and fourth. So the third one, which you can see right here, it just gets pinched in between metatarsals 2 and 4. So there are a number of different dinosaur groups do this. You have your... ornithomimids that do this. Like this guy, your so-called ostrich dinosaurs. You get your alvarezsaurs that do this, like Mononychus here. And you also get your tyrannosaurs that do this too. It seems to be an adaptation for shock absorption. So if you're going to be a really fast runner, this helps with that. It's almost like how horses only have one toe on each foot now, just that central hoof. And if you trace the evolution of horses...
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Rothgar, thank you for gifting Stunt Papa. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Rothgar Thorson gifted a tier 1
Appreciate that,
sub to
Rothgar.
Stunt
Thank you,
Papa.
thank you.
They have given 31 gift subs in the channel.
If you're going to be a fast-running animal that's like, you know, you're just pounding the ground all the time with your limbs, it pays to kind of contract them, to compact them, rather, into like a solid shock-absorbing mass, and that's what these guys do, those 3 dinosaur groups I just showed you. Tyrannosaurs, ornithomimosaurs, and alvarezsaurs. They might also all be closely related to one another. We're still kind of figuring some of this out. But, yeah. I think I actually talked about this when I was in Montana a few years back when we were doing some streams, like when we did one from Museum of the Rockies. I think I may have talked about this briefly there.
R555 cast in bronze. It's beautiful. So I lived here in Bozeman for about 8 years. And I made a habit of, I don't know, sometimes late at night I'd go for
And welcome, Stunt Papa. Hey.
walk over to the Tyrannosaur. Like,
so glad to learn about the science,
sit under its
science community.
metatarsals.
We'll be lurking. Have a great day. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy that gift
flip
sub.
through the rib cage up at the stars.
Thanks for supporting science here on Twitch. It's wonderful.
Think about what it all means, you know?
What does it all mean, then?
We're figuring it out.
Oh, okay.
It's got a lot to do with dinosaurs.
Yeah. 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 I mean, you know, it
Although
makes sense.
I don't know, maybe my musings were colored by my surroundings at the time, but yeah, I think it's got a lot.
Setting, Danny. It's what they call.
I think it's got a lot to do with
Set
dinosaurs.
and setting.
Yeah.
So do I talk about the metatarsals here? I should.
Gives you. This is bronze, yeah. Yeah, it's hollow. It's not solid bronze.
Certainly wouldn't want ours.
That's the tibia there. that I'm
Beautiful
touching.
though, right? I mean, holy cow! And the pose is just lovely.
Yo, hey, John Ming. Thanks for the tier 1.
Yeah.
Or thanks for the 9 months, I should say.
Oh, holy cow! Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, but this is my spot. This is where I would sit, right down here.
Right on the metatarsals.
I
and
read
the
many
phalanges.
book late at night if I couldn't sleep or whatever. Just walked here from my apartment and just look
And
up
hey, Dyson
there.
Dinosaur, how you doing, Filippo? Howdy, howdy. Good to have you.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time under here.
Yeah, thanks, Travisaurus. Thanks, everybody. It's nice. I'm glad you all have enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I should talk about the metatarsals, right?
Boot.
They still have no sound.
Oh, no sound.
Do I not talk about the metatarsals? What a missed opportunity. Unless we talked about them earlier before we went into the museum. In which case... Nope, I don't think so. Oh well. Tyrannosaurs also have the arctometatarsalia condition. You can see it right here. Where their metatarsals, their upper foot bones, are kind of pinched together like that. And these should actually be a little bit closer together. But since this is an amount of real fossils here, I think they wanted to put a little bit of daylight in between them so that you could still, if you're a researcher visiting the museum, you could still pop these out, take measurements, scan them, do whatever you need to do. But these should be pinched together to the point where there's no daylight in between. That's the arctometatarsalia condition. I'll type it into chat for you. Arctometatarsalia condition. There we go. There's a Wikipedia article about it. Well. The proximal part of the middle metatarsal is pinched between the surrounding metatarsals. Anywho. Cool thing that we've got in these critters that shows that they were well adapted for a cursorial lifestyle. They're good at running. Anywho, exactly, Claire. Yeah. And you're very tired. Well, I'm glad you could pop in anyway, Filippo. I hope you get some rest. Make sure you get some rest. Holy cow! Thanks for saying hello. Anywho, let's do some Metazoa before I forget. Thank you to everybody who shared or liked the that Blue Sky post as well. I'll give that again if anybody happens to be on Blue Sky. There's a link to that. Let's do some Metazoa. If anybody's unfamiliar with this, it is a daily game that you can play on this website. It's a guessing game where you've got to guess the mystery animal of the day. And whoa, Jess! Whoa. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, whoa, Jess. I met you at TwitchCon, didn't I? We met at TwitchCon after your education panel. It was nice to catch your stream. Thank you for being here, Wojess. Holy cow. How are you doing? It's good to have you. Yeah, we're actually going to be using one of the tools that I was talking about. Here, let me find this. One of the things I was talking about at the education panel, let's see, it's going to be under this account. It's called onezoom.org. And there we go. Pinion Paint. Share this with me. So I was talking about this tool, onezoom.org. This interactive tree of life. You're going to love it if you're not familiar with it. I was talking about this on stage, and then people in the audience, I guess, were pulling it up on their phone as I was talking about it. And check this out. Look to your right, look to your left. Oh, hang on, sorry. Wrong scene. There we go.
What makes a live
look to your right.
You never know what's gonna happen.
Look to your left. That's so cool. I love it. So that's one of the tools that we're going to be using to help play this game here and try and get a high score. Again, this is Metazua, which is a daily animal guessing game. Without further ado, let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
So, there is a mystery animal of the day, and we have to try and guess what it is in as few guesses as possible. This is a lot like that game, Wordle. It's been very popular online. We'll take a look. This game is kind of heavily biased toward birds and placental mammals. And I usually like to start with a mammal. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. That's a mammal that doesn't lay eggs like a monotreme and doesn't have a pouch like a marsupial. But, horse is a good one, Claire. Let's do horse. Equus caballos. We'll start with that, and then we'll see where it gets us. Oh boy, okay. Eumetazoa. It's definitely not a horse, it's definitely not a mammal. We'll use onezoom.org to help us out here. Here we go. So, I originally searched horse. That was my guess. We'll jump to horses here on our tree of life. So they're a kind of equine, ungulate mammal. There's horse there. Our critter is not a horse. Metazua says, no, best I can do is Eumetazoa. Which tells us it's not even a mammal. So we're going to zoom out from here. Outside of Laurasia-theria, Boroeutheria, Placentalia, Theria, Mammalia. Our critter is not even an amniote. It's not even a tetrapod. It's not a lungfish or tetrapod or a lobe-finned fish or a bony vertebrate or a jawed vertebrate or a vertebrate. It is well outside of even deuterostomes, nephrozoans, bilaterally symmetrical animals. It is an animal, however. Everything on Metazua is going to be an animal. That clade name is Metazoa. That's where Metazua gets his name. After Metazoa. This is the clade that includes all of the animals. Anywho. Not all of the clades are labeled on here, though, so I'm going to check Wikipedia real quick. What does Eumetazoa have in it, and what does it exclude? There we go. Proposed basal animal subkingdom is a sister group of Porifera. Okay. So what that tells us is that our critter is an animal, but it is not a sponge. So it's got to be within this clade. So at least we can eliminate sponges. But it's going to be something super, super basal. So I wonder if it's something like a water bear or something like that. Or a comb jelly? Could be a comb jelly. Do they have comb jellies on here? They do not. Okay. It could be a jellyfish. Let's see. Ctenophora and Parahoxozoa. Comb jellies. Could also be a coral, potentially. Although those are cnidarians. I don't... Where are the... Man-O-War? Portuguese Man-O-War. Portuguese man. Man-O-War fish. No, that's not what I want. That's a fish. Let's see. I'm trying to be as intelligent as I can about this. Trying to be as clever as I can. A comb jelly would make the most sense. I think sea gooseberries are also part of this. Yeah, there we go. Do they have sea gooseberry in this game? No, they don't. Alright, let's just try jellyfish. And,
hold on to your butts.
Let's see if this gets us anywhere close. Oh, okay, we're in the right clade at least. It is a cnidarian. So it's an animal with stinging cells. Cnidaria includes sea jellies, things like anemones, some corals are also cnidarians. Yeah, there's over 11,000 species. It's impressive. Yeah. So it is a cnidarian, but it's not a jelly. It could be a coral. And no, really, it's Ed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And Physalia physalis for Man-O-War. Thank you, Claire Byrne. I'm not totally sure they are cnidarians, but let's check. Yeah, Pacific Man-O-War. That's okay. Do they have that on here? Man-O-War, they do. I feel like we did Man-O-War not too long ago, though. What I want to figure out is, how can we be cleverest about this? It's either going to be a coral or an anemone, I think. So yeah, I don't think it's a hydrozoan. Jellyfish, corals, and more. Cnidaria. Lots and lots of corals here. Hard corals, soft corals, fat corals, skinny corals, corals that climb on rocks. Anthozoa, okay. Let's just search coral and see what we get. What do they have here in the database? Coral, there's brain coral. It's either a brain coral or an anemone, I think. I feel like it's a 50-50 shot here. It's gonna be one of those two, I betcha. So what I want to do here is let's do a poll. 50-50 shots. You can decide, chat, whether you want. Coral or anemone? Anemone, coral. 1 minute. Start poll. There we go. Again, I think it's a 50-50 shot. So far, anemone is winning. 2-1. Oh, it's dead heat. Oh, anemone winning again. About 40 seconds left. All right. And still got like 20 seconds left. Question is should we guess coral or should we guess anemone? I feel like it's a 50-50 shot. We're stuck at 50-50. People vote, please. I don't want it to be tied. No! Oh! Anemone won by 1 vote. Okay, good. We'll go with anemone. Okay, we're gonna search, or we're gonna guess anemone here and see if that gets us. If we do, that'll be 3 guesses, which will be really, really good. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. You ready? No, it's gonna be coral. It's gonna be coral. Watch. Watch. That's it right there. Yeah. Ah! I knew it was a 50-50 shot and we guessed wrong. Oh well. Yeah. We got it in 4 guesses. You know, that's not the worst. In fact, let's go ahead and share that to Blue Sky here. There we go. Let's see. It would have been 3. Let's see. We had a 50-50 shot of... and just 3 guesses, but picked wrong at the end. Post. There we go. Excellent. I have a colleague on here who often does these as well, and he often posts them. Let's see if he did today's yet. Let's see if he beat us or if we beat him. No, he hasn't posted it yet. Okay. Unless this is today's. Animal 814. He got it in 2 guesses? We need to up our game here. Darn. Oh well. That's okay. Anyway, that's Metazua. Really cool game. Really cool game. I encourage you to try it, especially if you want to do that in advance of us playing it here on stream, or if you want to do it on off days too, when I don't stream this. Yeah. I think I know how to play Metazoa better now after that. Excellent, Scoobs. Yeah. Yeah. I picked my cow. Says Sketchy Tracks. It's a lovely emote. Yeah. Well, that wouldn't have gotten us anywhere closer. Both cows and horses are still ungulates. They're still, artiodactyls. Actually, no. Horses are not artiodactyls. They're perissodactyls. Ungulata. So, here, we'll jump to horses at least, and their relatives. So, the closest living relatives of horses are rhinoceros and tapirs. It's the odd-toed ungulates here, perissodactyls. And then, yeah, so we can jump between Hoyers and Cow Bos Taurus. So I don't know if this is, I think this is still kind of controversial, whether they actually split 72 million years ago or not. I know there's an idea that the perissodactyls are more closely related to things like carnivorans. Well, these guys, lions and tigers and bears, seals and otters and minks, hyenas, etc. But yeah. And what was the tapir song, says Scoobs? Are you not familiar with the tapir song? I saw some tapirs at the San Diego Zoo the other day, but I guess we've got to do a quick little musical interlude and play you the tapir song. There we go. This is gold. You're gonna love it. Oh, hang on. Things all day. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Good stuff. Thanks for clicking that follow button. I discovered this on World Tapir Day this spring. I think it was, what, April 27th? Is that right? Is World Tapir Day? Check it out. This song is going to be stuck in your head all day. It is gold. If you know the lyrics, sing along. Words and music by Yumi Ono. I will translate for you by reading the captions. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Black and white, a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. Did you know that? But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. They also eat apples. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. You know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They, especially the babies, they look like they're straight out of the Eocene, you know? They first evolved in North America, as far as we know. Malayan tapir. Perissodactyla tapiridae. The largest of the tapir species. All four tapir species. The proboscis of the tapir is a highly flexible organ, able to move in all directions, allowing the animals to grab foliage that would otherwise be out of reach. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Black and white and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they're eating bananas. Without peeling! Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Do you know that the belly is black? Tapir, tapir, tapir. Malayan tapir. Not just a bop, I love it. That's what they sound like too. They're such cool animals. They're so cool. And they used to be far more common and widespread. We had them in Europe, we had them in North America. There's tapirs that have been found just a few miles from where I am right now. Right near where I grew up, like in Concord, California. In fact, specimen search, family, Tapiridae. This is the collections database for the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And let's see, it's Contra Costa County. That's where I grew up in California. Contra Costa. There we go. Soich. There we go. Tapirus merriami. That's Merriam's tapir, a now extinct species. There is a tapir tooth. It was found right here in coastal California. They don't live here anymore, but they used to. Not too long ago. In fact, up until just a few thousand years ago. Tapirs shared this landscape with a whole bunch of other remarkable animals. And here is a phenomenal illustration of that at the San Diego Zoo. 12,000 years ago here in California, we had Columbian mammoths, ground sloths, jaguars, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, and American lions, pronghorns, tapirs. And there's a tapir right there. Super cool. Wonderful painting by artist William Stout, whom I really need to contact about doing an interview on this channel. That would be super cool. One of my favorite living artists. William Stout is really cool, and I got to meet him last November at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There's me and William Stout right there. I love his Cryolophosaurus shirt. He worked on that animal a lot. He's done a lot of cool illustrations of it. Some of my favorite pieces of paleo art are William Stout's Cryolophosaurus. There we go. So he's done a few of them. It's right here. It's right there. But where's the one that I really, really like? There's another one. He's done a lot of Cryolophosaurus. And it's one of his favorite dinosaurs. It's one of my favorite ones to draw, too. Darn, where is that? You used to be able to just pull it up on Google Images, and now they... Where's it gone to? Whatever. I have a framed print of this. Let me just go find it. Hang on just a second, chat. I can't seem to find it right now. My house is just a mess at the moment. I've been so busy trying to get ready for TwitchCon and everything that I'm still catching up, trying to clean things. But anyway, Cryolophosaurus, really cool dinosaur. And Brava Alpha Echo says, what caused their extinction? Oh, here it is. This one's kind of washed out, but this is... That's the painting right there. Yeah, it is really washed out, but... Imagine if this, what weren't so washed out. One of my favorite paintings of a dinosaur of all time. It's just phenomenal. It's so good! It's so good. Anyway, we don't know what caused the extinction of Cryolophosaurus. We don't know if this species had any descendants, but it's from pretty early on in the age of dinosaurs. So, Cryolophosaurus is from the early Jurassic period. So, dinosaurs first evolve probably here in the latter part of the middle Triassic period, probably about 240 million years ago, maybe like in the Ladinian stage. We need linear time here. There we go. So, dinosaurs first evolve probably here in the Ladinian, about 240, something like that. And then, Cryolophosaurus, I believe, is from the earliest Jurassic. Maybe the Sinemurian. Maybe not earliest, but yeah. Let's look it up. One of the largest theropods of the early Jurassic. Sediments in which its fossils were found were dated to about 196 to 188 million years ago. So 196. Yeah, so the Sinemurian stage of the lower Jurassic period. So from pretty early on in the age of dinosaurs, because dinosaurs continue until the end of the Cretaceous, only 66 million years ago. So this is a dinosaur that lived about 130 million years before the end of the age of dinosaurs. And maybe Cryolophosaurus, maybe that genus and that species, Cryolophosaurus ellioti, maybe that gave rise to multiple descendant species. We don't know. The fossil record from Antarctica is still grievously understudied. Antarctica is a very hard place to work. It's, we don't have enough dinosaurs from there yet. But they're certainly there. If you can raise the funds and do all the planning necessary to be able to get yourself down there, there's dinosaurs to be found all over the place. So yeah. Under miles of ice? No, a lot of the stuff is not even under any ice at all. In what we call the dry valleys of Antarctica, there's sometimes exposed rock right there on the surface.
Over a decade ago, the last fossils of a dinosaur were removed that helped change the idea that Antarctica was just an inaccessible land of ice.
This has been one of the most fantastic experiences of my life, even though it was the most difficult.
It's fun meeting you at TwitchCon too, Super Chip. Thanks for saying hello. There's Cryolophosaurus there.
It was the largest carnivore of the early Jurassic found anywhere on our planet. And it was unearthed in the southernmost continent that was once thought, only 100 years ago, to be devoid of all prehistoric life.
Who thought that? Nobody ever thought
After
that,
the discovery of Cryolophosaurus came more discoveries, like Glacialosaurus. Even evidence that the largest dinosaurs on Earth had used Antarctica as a land bridge.
Lystrosaurus has been known about for a long time. I think since the 1800s.
But how did
Clay.
ancient forests, plants, and prehistoric animals thrive in a polar continent that endures 4 months of complete darkness every year?
Well, to find that out, you should watch the rest of this. Here's a link, because we're not gonna watch this whole thing today. Who knows? Maybe someday, inshallah, I will be able to stream some paleontological fieldwork from Antarctica. But that day is not today. Today we're going to be looking at some other YouTube videos, doing a lot of Q&A, that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, somebody was asking about tapirs and how they went extinct in North America. That's the thing, when we're talking about all of these remarkable creatures that lived here in California so recently, during the Pleistocene, there's a big question of what happened to them. Because again, most of these animals should still be around today. And some of them still are. We still have bobcats, we still have deer, wolves, turtles, loons, wolves, bison, bears, mountain lions, condors. But gone are the sloths, the mammoths, the mastodons, the saber-toothed cats, the short-faced bears, the American lions, the American cheetahs, the camels, the American horses. I guess horses were reintroduced, but, you know. So what is it that caused mostly the big animals to go extinct, and also the tapirs in North America? Well, this was at the end of the last ice age, so climate change may have played a role there. We know it played some kind of role, but maybe that was the killing mechanism. But also, all of these animals seem to go extinct around the time that humans become plentiful, become common in North America. So when human beings moved across that land bridge from Asia into North America, it seems like not long after evidence of humans show up in the fossil record, all these animals disappear. So it very well could have been humans hunting these creatures, changing their environment, setting fires, doing all kinds of stuff like that to just kind of mess up these ecosystems, and that might be why these critters went extinct. It's an ongoing debate whether or not it was mostly climate change or mostly human influence that caused the extinction of the Pleistocene megafauna. I don't really study this kind of thing, especially not yet. I might be getting into this soon. Actually, like doing some active research and excavations and publishing on this, but for the time being, who really cares what I have to say about this? But if you have to know, I'm much more amenable to the idea that it was humans messing things up. All of these critters had gone through a lot of environmental change, climate changes in the millions of years prior to this. Seems like humans were kind of the X factor there.
Seeing the California condor play around at the zoo was one of the coolest things I have ever seen.
Yogurt Garrel.
I'm honored to see you again as well.
The feeling is mutual. Yogurt Garrel. Holy cow. Yes, that was so cool seeing the condor at the San Diego Zoo. Here is you and I Paint Burbs. They're checking out the condor. Yeah, super, super cool. And there's I Paint Burbs right there. Just delighted. They were just delighted to see this, so I must yeah. Anyway, Yogurt Girl, I trust you got... Well, are you home yet? Or still in California? Either way, I hope you have or had safe travels. And it was wonderful hanging out with you, as always, Yogurt Girl. Holy cow. Yeah. And, oh, and Cynicis, what about the tortoise action we witnessed? Bumper cars. That was pretty funny, yeah. I don't know if they were fighting or whether it was... they were actually... reproducing, or if that was like a dominance display, because I know sometimes they'll mount each other just to be like, hey, I'm boss around here. But it was pretty amusing, whatever it was that we saw. It's good to see you, Cinna. I hope you're doing well, too. And Brava Alpha Echo says, were there enough humans at that time to affect that large a change? It's a good question. We're still kind of figuring this out. Again, it's a subject of ongoing debate. There is no overwhelming consensus about this yet. But there's a book that I can recommend to you about this that it makes a strong case in one direction. Here we go. The book is called Twilight of the Mammoths by is it Paul Martin? Yeah, Paul S. Martin. There we go. Twilight of the Mammoths, Ice Age Extinctions and the Rewilding of America by Paul S. Martin. So, Paul Martin in this book makes the case that it was what's sometimes called the Blitzkrieg hypothesis. That human beings, in spreading out across the globe, caused the extinction of megafauna on so many different continents. North America, Asia to a certain extent, Europe to a certain extent, Australia to a huge extent. Did I mention North America and South America too? Because the timing does seem to work out. It's like as soon as humans show up, all of these big animals just start disappearing left and right. And it's not necessarily due to just hunting, but also the introduction of invasive species by humans, the introduction of fire to some of these landscapes. If human beings are setting fires to clear forests and make for better like hunting grounds out on the open plains and stuff like that, you're going to be destroying the habitat of a lot of these big animals, and they just couldn't cope fast enough. It would also help explain why it's mostly the big animals that go extinct. Your mammoths, mastodons, ground sloths, giant camels, horses, your giant bison, things like that, they all die. And it's the smaller animals. Rabbits, deer, coyotes, smaller creatures are the ones that tend to survive. So yeah, it's if you want more information about this, Wikipedia is actually a phenomenal place to start. But yeah, the causes, here we go. So mainstream hypotheses, human-related, hunting, second-order predation, landscape alteration, competition for water, and then you get climate change there. Yeah. So anyway, if you want to read more about this kind of thing, this is a great place to start. But recognize that it is a subject of ongoing debate, and we're still figuring this out, still arguing about it. As someone who's kind of on the outside looking in, again, I work on dinosaurs. I'm not an expert on this. The impression that I get is that if there is a general consensus that's forming, it's moving toward the human hypothesis, that humans are to blame. But yeah, I'm sure it's a combination of factors on some level. Climate, I'm sure, played a role as well. But it seems like humans were really the kicker, from what I can tell. Again, I'm not an expert in this, and there would be people who would strongly disagree with me, who actually are experts in the field. So I'm gonna give you a caveat that who cares what I think, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Man, there you go, Squiggles. You're making a good point there. Humans often do have a really big impact anytime they move into an area, and that can mess things up when there's a delicate balance that exists. That's fine. And Claire says, do you think it's possible you'll be finding human artifacts in the Irvingtonian? No, that's long before humans show up there, Claire. So humans show up, I think, slightly after the bison do, and the arrival of the bison is what marks the end of the Irvingtonian and the beginning of the Rancho La Brean land mammal age. Here, I'll show you. This one back too. Here. There we go, but let's get into our NALMAs, North American land mammal ages. There we go. Yeah. Excuse me. So yeah, again, we saw this in our interactive timescale that I was showing you earlier. So we're up here in the Holocene, or I guess the Anthropocene, if you like that term. But the Rancho La Brean, this is where the critters from La Brea are. La Brea fauna. You know, you get your classic Smilodon and Columbian mammoths and dire wolves and stuff like that in the pits at La Brea. So that's what the Rancho La Brean is named based on. The Irvingtonian is before that. This is from about 1.4 million years ago until about, what, 200,000 years ago? Something like that? The Irvingtonian land mammal age. Yeah. So, okay, about 1.8 million to 250,000 years ago. And then we've got 3 subsets of it, Irvingtonian 1, 2, and 3. So this is named after a place that I'm starting to do some work with. Here, let me show you this. So this is a video that I put together last year for a project that I'm involved with, and I'm very proud of this. We talked about this last week, too, before I left for TwitchCon, but let me just at least show you the beginning. Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk ancient wonders which few people are aware of. This is Fremont, California. While Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry, what it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths. And speaking of those ground sloths, actually, hang on a sec. I showed this off yesterday, but I got to hang out with a ground sloth at the San Diego Zoo on Monday. We took a selfie together. This is a big statue that they had there at the San Diego Zoo. But ground sloths, they are that big. They're such cool critters. 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants.
They're from right here in California. These large animals roaming around.
And which of the two is you, says Gene One? I'm the one in the brown. That narrows it down, right?
Gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a spot that's considered a type locality. That means the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct that other places in North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means. We'll just watch the video during World War II, because this is something that I'm working on. Break of day, they're off and away. When when men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. Yep, they would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists. Yep.
The story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists. And somebody had a question, what was it? Utah Raptor 14 says, hold up, do all periods from the Cenozoic have their names from actual people? No, so they're named after places. So any geological term like that, any geological formation, any like land mammal age or faunal age like that, they're all named after places. So the Irvingtonian is named after the Irvington district of Fremont, which used to be a separate town, the town of Irvington. The Rancho La Brea is named after Rancho La Brea in Los Angeles, etc. So any like geological term like that, whether it's a formation, whether it's a land mammal age or anything like that, they're all named after locations. The Cedar Mountain Formation in Utah, where Utah Raptor is from, that's named after Cedar Mountain in Utah, after a place. Paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s. Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. Yep. And they paved over paradise and put up a freeway. While the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area. One of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. Or so everyone assumed.
Because a lot of this is topsoil here. There's like some more kind of consolidated material like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. Just this year, while our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils.
Yeah, I was digging here in the stream. And
There's Althea. We saw her last week during our stream for the museum.
So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side, this is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin everything. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered.
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist. And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door.
This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists. Who they are,
Diatoms attack and their 38 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Diatoms Attack, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? It was wonderful catching your stream earlier. I hope you and the fellow diatomists, phytolithologists, paleobotanists, hope you had a wonderful time. It's wonderful to have you here.
The greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
And Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you for the 40 months of support. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, good stuff. If anybody's not yet following Diatoms Attack, you are missing out. So Diatoms Attack, like me, a real-life scientist, doing science on Twitch. So looking under the microscope at these remarkable critters called diatoms. These are photosynthetic organisms that are beautiful. They have these wonderful, glassy, geometric shells. Are they called tests like they are with forams? Diatoms attack? Do I have that right? Or do you have a different name for them? Me and Pacific Plankton are gonna go get pizza. Enjoy, Diatoms. Frustules. That's an even cooler name. Thank you. These are called frustules, everybody. These tiny little, essentially like shells of these organisms. Little photosynthetic micro critters that live in waterways, oceans, and freshwater throughout the planet, and they produce a tremendous amount of oxygen that we need for breathing. So yeah. Yeah, but you can call them tests or skeletons. Gotcha, Diatoms. Okay. I'll remember Frustule, though. It's a great name. I almost feel like you should... That could be like a band t-shirt. Like, something like this. Just like, Frustule on a black t-shirt like this. With a picture of a diatom. I had a roommate who would exclusively wear t-shirts like this. Frustule. That would be great. If you ever want to do some merch and need somebody to screen print t-shirts for you, let me know at Diatoms Attack. Yeah. There you go, Sketchy Tracks, yeah. Anyway, go follow Diatoms Attack, everybody. Let's get another shout out for Diatoms Attack. There you go, Pate B, yeah. Good stuff. And do diatoms sequester any carbon in their shells? I'm sure they do. Hennies, yeah. Yeah, certainly. But that's a question that would be much better answered by a Diatoms Attack, so catch him when he's live next. Good stuff. Anyhow, excellent. My metal band is Diatoms Attack Formation. There you go. I love that. Frustule might be a good album title then. Anyhow. Diatoms, go get your lunch. Say hi to Pack and everybody else for me. Thanks for rating in. I appreciate it. And Kaizen Lab says, is it true that they are trying to bring dinosaurs back, or was it a wolf? Yeah, there was the whole dire wolf thing. That was overblown, in my opinion. We can talk about that another time, but yeah. These things are much easier said than done. Anyhow, yeah. Their sophomore album, Die Tenacious Earth, is not as good as their first. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And Paleontologist VA. Plants, all kind of... I appreciate that, Paleontologist VA, but I don't really have places to put a lot of these things. I'm honestly running out of space just with 3D prints. Like I'm printing the skull of Cariocecus, which is a new iguanodont dinosaur that Dyson Dinosaur just published, what, last month? Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we gotta get back to what I was talking about. Yeah, so this is a museum project. The Irvingtonian land mammal age, and let's just finish it out here. Yeah.
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist. And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door my entire life. I could have been going on these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone, I think is an important thing to do.
By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. A lot of money here. Population of 8 million people. A lot of people here. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. It doesn't exist. Now is the time to change that. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this: an active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils, and the public can watch or join in. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from Irvington. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, the museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region, a boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. So that's a video that I put together that we can share with potential funders, we can share with the governor, we can try and get people excited about this idea. So the video needs a little bit of work. There's things I need to change about it, but that's the pitch. This is a project that I'm very proud to be part of, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work, but hopefully we can get funding for it, because that would be incredible, you know? Anywho, yeah. And like the soundtrack says Kaizen Lab. Yeah, that's from a paleontology video game, actually, called Prehistoric Kingdom. Good stuff. Got some good tunes. How much money do you need? Probably about $70 or $80 million, Yannies. Yeah. I don't have that kind of money. But in order to build a world-class museum and open this fossil site to the public, that's what we would need in order to really do it right. Yeah. And could you drop the music volume? I can do that, Claire, yeah. There. How's that? Is that better? Yeah. Oh, offering them to the Fremont Museum. We're focusing on local fossils for the museum in Fremont. And honestly, there's not enough space even to display the fossils that we have already, so I appreciate the offer, but we're really focusing on things inside of California, if that makes sense. Yeah. And it was great to hang out at TwitchCon with you as well, Nerduino. Holy cow. Yeah. Again, really excited for what you've got coming up on stream. Chad, I don't know if you're aware, but Nerduino has got some really cool things coming up on his channel. Go follow him now. If you're not familiar with Nerduino, he's a former NASA scientist, he's an astronomer. He wants to show you what astronomy is all about, how it's done, and to answer your questions. So if that sounds cool, give him a follow. He was telling you about some really cool interviews with some really cool folks that are planned for the near future, so you don't want to miss those. Go give Nerduino a follow. The stars are out there. That's true, Mayor of Space. And birds are dead on. 42 months of support there. Holy cow.
Ontogeny.
That's almost a whole year.
It is almost a whole year, birds are dead on. Thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate that very much. We're gonna jump into another video here in a minute. But first, let me adjust something on Stream Elements because they changed something and now my alerts are getting stepped on by the TTS. So let me see if I can fix something real quick. There we go. Edit. Settings. Nope, that's not it. That's frustrating. Okay, hang on. Alert duration. TTS settings. There we go. Let's make that 10 seconds delay. Text-to-speech activation delay. Okay. Save. Okay. Hopefully that improves things a bit. There we go. But I saw this pop up on YouTube yesterday. This was while I was away in San Diego at TwitchCon, and thought it would be a great thing to watch to spark some discussion here. This is from Adam Savage, formerly of Mythbusters, and it looks like he did a video with the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
You're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Momokonomiyaki
There
and
we
their
go.
10
We
raiders
dig
would
deeper.
also like to dig deeper.
Momo Konomiyaki, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah. How was your stream? What were you doing? Let me know. Holy cow. Doing some just chatting. Excellent. Yeah. Golganek says, I would absolutely have thought the Bay Area would have had a major natural history museum, including a hefty fossil collection. There are collections, but they're all just collections. They're not publicly accessible. And Murph, thank you for gifting Momo. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you for your generosity there.
Murph gifted a tier
Good
1
stuff.
sub to
Yeah.
Momokonomiyaki.
For anybody who's here for the very first time, play a quick little video to introduce me and this channel.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Be right back.
And this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? I just delivered this to the museum. No. Hang on. I pressed spacebar and that adjusted our volume rather than pausing the video.
Limbone.
But yeah, this it's pretty big. This Tyrannosaurus skull, life-size 3D printed, I just delivered to the museum in Fremont. The one that we're hoping to use as a launching pad for building a big public museum. But that was right here. We visited this museum last Monday. There's Joyce, who runs the museum here. Oh, here's the gift shop at the beginning.
And we're gonna see the Rex skull that I brought first and foremost. It's just
Check this out. Yeah. It is now finished and mounted. Here it is.
it was quite the puzzle trying to figure out how to fit this into a 2008 Toyota Prius. Well, we
It's like
got
5
it
feet
here,
long.
and here it
Yeah.
is. You can still smell the paint fumes. I was working on this as recently as this morning, just trying to get it ready for delivery.
But take a look at that. Yeah. So this is the Maximus Tyrannosaurus skull.
So this is a commercial specimen. This, to my knowledge, is the first time that this particular specimen has ever appeared in a museum.
So I'm very proud of this. But here it is in our channel. Audience Q&A. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. That's what I'm all about here. Good stuff. Or at least, I don't know. I love sharing this with people. That's why I stream on Twitch, you know? So, But let's take a look at this video from Adam Savage when he went to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. I figure this is going to be a really nice springboard for discussion here. So if you have any questions at all, do not be shy. That's what today's stream is all about. So take a look.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage, and I am in the hallowed halls of the American Museum of Natural History alongside curator Roger Benson. Roger, we were talking yesterday, and I thought we should shoot a video about this. You were telling me why this is...
Yeah, AMNH 5027. Really famous. This is a different Tyrannosaurus skull than the one that I was showing you there. Each one of these is unique. Every Tyrannosaurus skull is a little bit different. Tyrannosaurus was around for a while, 1 or maybe 2 million years, something like that. So they're evolving over time. They're also changing through ontogeny. So as these animals are growing and developing, just like Triceratops here, their skulls are changing shape. They're getting bigger. They're
ontogeny.
There's a lot of sources of variation, not just ontogeny, but also stratigraphy.
Ontogeny.
These animals are changing, so each skull is going to be different. We've got about, I don't know, 25, 30 good T-Rex skulls in the world nowadays. Actually, that might be a little generous. Maybe about 20. But this is the most famous one, and I guarantee you, you have seen this skull before, even if you've never been to New York, because this is the same skull in the Jurassic Park logo. So that Tyrannosaurus skull is based on AMNH 5027. The funny thing is, for this one, the graphic designer who put together this logo, for some reason decided to exclude the nose. So, yeah. How does he smell? Terrible. There's no nose on this guy. Anyway, that's the same skull right there. Right here.
Basically the coolest thing in this whole building.
Not just basically, this is, and not just in this building. This is just my opinion, okay?
Yeah, no.
But this is objectively the coolest fossil ever discovered in the whole history of paleontology and the world.
I'm here for that kind of stance. Tell me why it's the coolest.
Well, this isn't just a skull of T-Rex and the giant predatory dinosaur. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the skull of T-Rex.
Yeah.
So as in, you know, there was a time when we didn't know very much about dinosaurs. T-Rex hadn't been discovered yet. T-Rex was first discovered from a few skeletons, partial skeletons, that were mainly the body in the early 1900s by Barnum Brown. And then in 1908, he found the skull. And this is it, the original T-Rex skull.
This is the first time anyone had seen what a T-Rex's head might have
Yeah,
looked.
and you've got to imagine what this is like. And a good way to do that is to imagine, you know, Jurassic Park, but the T-Rex has no head. And it was like revolutionary for the museum.
Yeah.
It was revolutionary for our understanding of dinosaurs and for popular interest, so the interest of the general public.
And this is so cool. So when you go up and you see this in person, the bones are labeled there. This is from back in the day when you wouldn't do this sort of thing nowadays, but it's a holdover from, you know, the beginning of the 20th century. So LA, that means lacrimal right there. So that's the lacrimal bone. There's the ectopterygoid right there. The postorbital bone, here's the orbit, the eye socket, so the eye would be right here.
In dinosaurs. Scientists knew they had a giant predator by then, but they didn't know what the head looked like. And once you put the head on it, suddenly it's something that speaks to people and reaches people. And people became fascinated by dinosaurs.
And Mayor Spaces, the designer, probably wasn't even thinking about the fenestrae having a purpose. He was likely thinking, this is already so complicated, I'm going to get rid of those holes. Yeah, and there's a video with him. His name is Chip something. Let's see. There we go.
The discoverer
Yeah.
of T-Rex consulted with Walt Disney on the dinosaurs of Fantasia. And Godzilla carried the DNA of specimen 5027 in
It's the
his
same skull.
mutated cells.
Specimen 5027.
It was the dinosaur that ruled our imagination for decades. The only mounted Tyrannosaurus seen for a quarter century.
Yep.
When I was a kid, I mean, I
Thank you,
guess
Pumpkin
my
the Cat.
image
Thanks for
of
being here.
T-Rex was...
Here's Michael Novacek, who has written one of the best books ever on paleontology, in my opinion. This one right here. This is the book that I recommend to folks all the time. If somebody asks me, like, Danny, you know, I know a young person and they might be interested in getting into paleontology. How can I encourage them to do that? I always recommend this book by Michael Novacek. This one right here, Time Traveler. So this is a kind of an autobiography of Michael Novacek's life in the field, digging up fossils in remote places. Like, you know, the subtitle of the book is In Search of Dinosaurs and Ancient Mammals from Montana to Mongolia. Brilliant book, Time Traveler, written in a very informal, non-technical way, but he manages to sneak a lot of technical information in there anyway. You kind of don't recognize how much you're learning as you read it, because it's kind of like an adventure novel. I adore Michael Novacek's writing style. And here he is right here. Yeah. And this is a Velociraptor skull on the cover of Time Traveler. That is I think the holotype specimen of Velociraptor, described in 1924, discovered in 1922. So yeah, that's here. I can show you here if we open up the dust jacket. You see it now? Velociraptor. Yeah. Here, nice and focused. Good stuff. And absolutely for adults too. So it's not written for kids. I got this book for I think my 10th birthday. My dad got it for me. He saw a review of it in the New York Times. Michael Novacek is from New York. I'm sure they've got like a good media office at the American Museum. So he was able to convince a New York Times reviewer to review it. My dad saw that and decided he was going to pre-order it and gave it to me on my birthday. When I was 10 years old, it had just come out. And this book was, to this day, it is one of my favorite books. It's not written for kids, but a precocious 10-year-old just ate this up, you know? I read this cover to cover in like a few days. I didn't want to do anything else. I just wanted to read this book. Brilliant, right? Anyway, Michael Novacek right there, talking about this Tyrannosaurus skull.
The kind of ink etching of a T-Rex standing in front of a bunch of palm trees. And he's fully standing erect with his hands up and his tail dragging on the ground, just in those traditional ways. It's kind of the same image you see on the cover of books like Jurassic Park.
Yep.
After staring at specimen 5027, at the time still posed in a very upright stance, Chip made his way to the museum gift shop and bought a book.
This is the book.
The book is Vertebrate Paleontology and Evolution, and
Yep.
the drawing is adapted from a paper published in 1917 by the museum paleontologist who named Tyrannosaurus rex, after Barnum Brown dug it up. It's an
Henry
illustration
Fairfield
of this
Osborn,
very
yeah.
same specimen. You can tell because of this little bump right here.
Ectopterygoid.
When this particular T-Rex was fossilized, one of its bones, this one, the ectopterygoid, which supports biting force, got shoved out of place.
So that's the same one that you see right here in this video.
People.
Right.
And reaches people. And once you put public in dinosaurs.
EPPT, ectopterygoid, right there. So this is normally like, it's not supposed to be there, but this one got shunted off to the side. Yeah.
It makes for a very distinctive profile. So Chip took this scientific illustration of specimen 5027 and started working.
And this was totally pre-computer. We were still doing everything in the art department by hand. I was literally tracing it, but I was making creative decisions about...
Like leaving out the nose, for one thing. Oh, boy.
How to alter it to make it into something somewhere between just a skeleton and a completed animal.
Chip's design was sent off to Michael Crichton for approval. The reply was swiftly delivered via fax machine.
I think it said, "Wow, fantastic jacket."
Jurassic Park hit the shelves.
Anyway, so that's the same specimen, this same one right here.
Scientists knew they had a giant predator by then, but they didn't know what the head looked like. And once you put the head on it, suddenly it's...
Oh, here, I'll give you a link to this video before I forget. Credit where credit is due. There you go, right there. And then here's the video that we're watching right here with Adam Savage. That's the second link there in the chat for you.
Something that speaks to people and reaches people, and people became fascinated by dinosaurs around that time. And it's just like, this is a sacred place.
How long was it after this was discovered before they found the second T-Rex skull?
Yeah, so for 40 years, this was the only T-Rex skull that had been excavated by paleontologists in the whole world.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
And that's not quite exactly right, because the holotype of Tyrannosaurus, which is now at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, that one does have a skull. It's just not complete. So, yeah. Here. Again, going to Wikipedia here. So, history of research. Yeah. Skeleton and naming. So the first one was found in 1902. And there should be an article that's a list of Tyrannosaurus specimens. So the original, the holotype specimen. There we go. CM 9380. There is skull material there, I think. Yeah, here we go. Holotype. Let's see. Goodness, I've got to actually look up the original paper, and I can prove to you that there is skull material there. Pretty darn sure. Osborne, Tyrannosaurus. This would be what, 1905? I think it was published. So I'm working through, searching through my PDF library right here. 5. There we go. Should be it. There you go. So, nomenclature. Dino done. Yeah, so they've got a lower jaw, they've got a lacrimal. This is how much of the original skeleton they had. So, huge lower jaw, big old lacrimal right there, and then we've got the lower part of the jaw joint. So what, like the syringular right there? They had parts of the skull. But indeed, this is the first complete skull of this animal, so fair enough, I guess, you know?
You know, there's been a revolution of interest in dinosaurs again, and, you know, lots of people are out there looking.
Oh, and Deathsaurus says, check where Larry Whitmer's lab. He has videos of the holotype skull. Let's do that real quick. Yeah. Good thinking. Yeah, he went to Pittsburgh, or maybe actually had the original one sent over?
Hi, I'm Emily Caggiano, and this is another episode of Dissecting with Emily. So today for you, we have the left maxilla of the T-Rex holotype specimen that we obtained on loan from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. We also...
Which is nuts that the Carnegie Museum trusted them to transport this all the way to Ohio. Because Whitmer Lab is in Athens, Ohio, I think, at the Ohio State University.
We also have a full cast of the skull of another T-Rex from the American Museum of Natural History, known as Bug. And so today we wanted to show you some mysteries that we have stumbled upon looking on this maxilla. And so the
So
first
the
thing I
maxilla
wanted
is
to
this bone
show
here.
you is how well the bone quality is. Everything on here is beautifully preserved, and so that enables us to see all the features really well and to be able to closely study the mysteries that we have found. And so there's three that we wanted to point out today. The first one being this really long groove that kind of runs top to bottom of the
Could be a
maxilla right
pathology.
here.
Could be an injury.
There's also these really large kind of leaf-like impressions that run along the side. And finally, there are these 4 points that kind of are in a circular position on the top of the maxilla.
Well, he's a cancer
So the
researcher.
first
Oh,
feature
very
we
cool,
wanted to show you
Dinosaurus.
is
Nice.
this long gouge that kind of runs right here.
Yeah, wild.
On the side, and
So when I say that each Tyrannosaurus skull is unique, this is what I'm talking about. Each one has weird features like this that nobody else has.
It's kind of bumpy in the middle. And we think this might have actually occurred post-mortem. And this is because the bumpiness that you see is actually the bone structure, which means that there was no wound healing that occurred. And so there was no time for this wound to heal over once it did happen, which probably means that the animal was already dead when it did occur. And we think this could be caused by scavenging of another animal feeding on the flesh of the T-Rex, or it could even have been caused by it being excavated from the ground 115 years ago.
Yeah.
And so the second mystery...
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this as well, but we got to get back to our other video before we get rabbit-holed too deeply here. There we go.
Paleontologists in the whole world.
That's shocking.
Yeah. You know, there's been a revolution of interest in dinosaurs again, and, you know, lots of people are out there looking for dinosaurs. The rate of dinosaur discovery increased dramatically.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a bunch of, like, mostly complete T-Rex skeletons now.
But for 40 years, this was the only thing.
Right, exactly. And it's, you know, T-Rex at that time was the largest predatory land animal ever discovered. And that actually
still
more or
is by
less
some
true up
counts.
to the present day.
Wow.
So there are other giant predatory dinosaurs that are about as long as T-Rex, but mostly their limbs are a bit spindlier and we don't think they quite weighed as much. So it's still like, still number one, still the king.
That's
you know?
amazing. And because it was alone for 40 years, it's unassailable that this is the reason we culturally love dinosaurs, I think.
Yeah, this is it. This is the spot. So, you know, a lot of people think when they come around our dinosaur halls that probably most of what they're seeing is a replica of real dinosaur bones.
That's the real
But
holotype
actually,
there.
Most of what you're seeing at American Museum of Natural History is real dinosaur bones. You know, there are places where there's restoration.
Sure.
But this is the real thing, 100%.
This morning, as we walked from the other side of this floor to here to get here, we passed through 3 or 4 halls equally or more packed with dinosaurs. And you were...
And was Black Beauty the second one, Deathsaurus? I didn't realize that. I guess so. In fact, I bet you Jack talks about that in his book, The Complete T-Rex. This book that was written in the early 90s. Jack Horner's The Complete T-Rex, and there might even be a list of Tyrannosaurus specimens here in this book. But Black Beauty from Canada, yeah, might be the second one ever found. Yeah, here. First one is, so this is back when there were only 11 Tyrannosaurus specimens, back in the 90s. So the holotype, the second one, which is AMNH 5027. Oh, no, maybe this is 5027. There was one found in 1966 by Harley Garbani that may have been missing the skull. No, actually. So this one here says that
version of heaven.
That the next skull was found by Harley Garbani from Los Angeles. Yeah. Then we've got one in South Dakota. Then we've got one from Drumheller, and then Black Beauty would be further down the list. Yeah. Yogurt Girl says, I've seen Black Beauty in person. It was incredible. Really cool specimen. And we have a cast of it here in the Bay Area, in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. At the California Academy of Sciences, there's a cast of Black Beauty. There we go. So this is the same one that pops up in my previously recorded Danny video, if you look closely. But kind of a small animal, like small by Tyrannosaurus standards. The skull is not very big for a T-Rex, at least. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, and Tyrannosaurus, I get confused about these things too. I mean, and since Tyrannosaurus is such a popular animal, you get a lot of people talking about it, and you get, frankly, a lot of misinformation, you know? Since non-experts love to talk about T-Rex, because it is so popular, it's so charismatic, you know, the more chatter you have about something, oftentimes the more little subtle mistakes might exist about it. And these just get propagated through media again and again, and you know how it goes. So yeah, it's tricky. So I definitely don't fault you for that. I wouldn't know off the top of my head what was the second good T-Rex skull ever found. Yeah. Anywho. And yeah, Cal Academy is really cool. When I was a kid, they had really neat, like a walk through time fossil display. They don't have that anymore. So this is... the majority of what you'll see dinosaur-wise or fossil-wise is this, right at the entrance. They've really kind of de-emphasized that. So yeah. But yeah, and Sketchy Track says, one question, how do the whole bones get preserved for long periods? Am I confusing something here? They get fossilized. Yeah. So you leave a bone out in the open on the ground for years, and it'll just get destroyed by the elements. It'll crack, crumble, turn to dust, you know? In order to get bones preserved over millions of years, you need to have them buried and then fossilized. So, exactly, Birds are Dead on, yeah. Here, for the sake of anybody who hasn't seen it yet.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
So, that's the thing, is that most critters that die, they complete step 1 and that's it. They are no more, you know? They're not preserved for all time because they get eaten by scavengers, decomposed by bacteria, they get destroyed by UV rays or whatever, and all of their remains just, you know, get recycled into the ecosystem. But sometimes, if you're lucky, you can get buried.
Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly,
yeah.
your remains won't completely decay.
Step 1 comes for us all at some point.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
So that's the key thing. Fossilization is what allows these bones, shells, teeth, claws, etc., to stand the test of time, to be around for tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, billions of years in some cases, or some simple, super simple early organisms. You need to get fossilized, because just unfossilized bone does not last for millions of years. It will absolutely degrade. You need that extra step, fossilization. Permineralization, essentially partly turning to stone. That is what allows you to stick around in the fossil record for millions of years. And Cod Valid says same with the tar pits. Actually, no. So the fossils in the tar pits are not even 1 million years old, as far as I know. I think everything is more recent than that. The tar has some kind of a preservative influence on it, but for the most part, those are what we would call subfossils. So these are things that are not fully permineralized. They're not totally fossilized yet. There's a lot of original organic material still in those bones, but they've just been kind of sealed in tar for long enough that, yeah. But again, if you were to leave those in the tar for 1 million years, they would dissolve. So we're lucky that all of those animals were preserved relatively recently. If they were like millions of years old, they'd all be dissolved by now. Yeah. Yeah.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by,
Mr. Frightful,
if you're
yeah.
lucky,
Mr. Frightful, does that lazy river have a lot of sediment in it? Because it might be a good place to get preserved, get buried.
sea levels can
I wouldn't
fall
recommend it,
or
though.
rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go. And there you go, Mr. Frightful. Fair, yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this here.
We're explaining they're all real.
Yeah, almost everything you
Almost
see
everything.
is real fossil bone. Everything you see is real.
Right,
in the sense
fair.
that it might be a replica of a real
Yes.
object.
But the
so much-
majority are actual
exactly,
dinosaurs.
Exactly. And when you see a whole skeleton in our museum, it's rare that the whole skeleton is real, but oftentimes, much of the skeleton you're seeing is the original fossil bone.
I was born in the 60s. In the 70s, I feel like there still wasn't a full agreement about how T-Rexes walked. It feels like that has happened in my lifetime.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the great things about our hall is we have been collecting dinosaur fossils for more than 120 years now.
Yeah.
And we have some really historical stuff, like this is a historical object.
Yeah.
That's revolutionary.
Oh, and Steve, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We have with us fossil preparator Steve Clausen, who is, are you lab manager at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum? Is that your title, Steve? I've been giving you shout outs left and right. Everybody go follow Fossil Preparator if you want to see a real professional fossil preparator ply his craft on stream. And Fossil Preparator, Steve says, Hell Creek and Judithian bone are really, for the most part, subfossils. They do have a lot of organic material still in them, don't they? These things don't often have any trace of Really? That's news to me, Steve. Shoot. They often don't have any trace of permineralization, a lot of original bone tissue. I had a paper with Joe Peterson exploring this a few years back. If you wouldn't mind linking that, I would love to see it, because clearly this is something that I need to know. Holy moly. Super, super cool. Yeah, if you could find a link for us real quick, we'd all really appreciate that, I'm sure. Because that's the thing, is that we sometimes find, people like Mary Schweitzer at least, find soft tissue inside of these bones on occasion. Here, let me show this real quick.
How was it sticking out?
So we'll be talking about this guy next week, Bob Harmon. Or actually, we'll be talking about him tomorrow, too. He has a new dinosaur named after him. Thank you, Fossil Predator. Okay, excellent. Oh, very cool, very cool. Okay. Anyway, here, let's talk about this for a moment.
Paleontology has seen in years. It started back in 2000 with a series of coincidences.
So here's Denver Fowler, here's Liz Friedman Fowler, here's Holly Woodward, that might be Brian Baziak right there. So these are all people that I've worked with in the field. And Steve works with some of these people now too, Denver and Liz.
A member of Jack's team,
There's Bob Harmon,
wandered away from a dig site one day to eat lunch and noticed a small piece of bone sticking out of the side of a 50-foot cliff.
So Bob is a legend. I've been lucky enough to work with him for a few years, and he just passed away a few years ago. We all really miss him. But he now has a new dinosaur named after him, which we'll be covering tomorrow. Brontotholus harmoni, named after Bob Harmon. Bob is just a force of nature, as you'll see here.
I could tell pretty much what it was from where I was sitting, that it was a T-Rex metatarsal.
How was it sticking out? You mean it was the side, here's a cliff, and it was like a little jutting out?
Yep, exactly.
He got a folding chair, and he stacked it on these rocks right there. And you can see that this is on the sheer side hill of a cliff.
This is not possible.
No,
Is he attached to anything?
No, he's not. That's Bob.
Jack named the T-Rex B-Rex in Bob's honor and made
Yep.
the decision to dig it out.
But this was under 50 feet of rock.
I mean, this was in a terrible place. There was no road to it. There was no access to it. And so for the next 3 summers, we sent out climbing crews, people that could rappel down cliffs with jackhammers. I mean, it was a horrendous undertaking.
The site was so remote.
So this is in the Hell Creek Formation, by the way. This is the very end of the age of dinosaurs. Or, yeah, this is the lower Hell Creek. But anyway, it's about 66, maybe 67 million years old.
That bones had to be lifted out by helicopter. But the giant cast containing B. rex's thigh bones was too heavy. The chopper couldn't get it off the ground. So after all that excavating, Jack gave the order to cut one of B. rex's femurs in 2. Now that was heartbreaking.
No, well, not really. I mean, get a chance to see inside.
Yep.
He shipped.
So this is why I'm showing you this clip, this is exactly what Steve was talking about. Look at what they found inside the bone.
The bone fragments that fell out to Mary Schweitzer.
So the first piece I pulled out, I picked it up and I looked at it and I said, it's a girl and it's pregnant.
That's the first time, as I understand it, that anyone had ever been able to identify gender in any dinosaur.
Yes.
Mary recognized a specific type of bone called medullary bone.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Sentient Potato Eye, thank you for the follow. It's good to have your one shaken.
Which female birds produce when they're about to lay eggs. No one had ever found it before in a dinosaur. It was yet another link to birds, and it meant that B. rex was definitely no Bob.
So she calls you up and she says...
Calls up and says, we have medullary bone.
Oh, now this had to be thrilling.
Yes, very exciting. And that wasn't all.
Here we go.
What happened next happened by mistake. Mary put some fragments of the bone in acid to dissolve away the outermost layer of mineral.
Which, you would think that if this were a fully permineralized bone, they're... Well, here, I'll just show you. Let me stop yapping.
Of the bone in
if you're
acid
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits.
Dissolve away the outermost layer of mineral. But the acid worked too fast, and all the mineral dissolved away.
Which, there must not have been very much mineral to start with. It's not really fully permineralized, just like Steve was saying.
Being a fossil, there should have been nothing left. But there was. And it was elastic, like living tissue.
This is the piece.
No.
She showed us video she took under the microscope.
That's really what happened?
Yes.
That's the dinosaur bone?
Without mineral now. That's what was left.
It looked like the soft tissue she would have expected to find if it had been modern bone.
Crazy.
This was impossible. This bone was 68 million years old.
So you see this and you think, what? You
I didn't want to tell anybody.
You'd be ridiculed,
Yes.
right?
And so I said to my technician, okay, do it again. I don't believe it.
And yet, in sample after sample, they were there. Things that looked suspiciously like flexible, transparent blood vessels. She finally mustered the courage to tell Jack.
She said she dissolved the bone away and there were blood vessels. And, I was like shocked. I mean,
How could that be?
How could that be? That's right.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones,
Look at that.
blood vessels, and even what seemed to be intact cells, pose a radical challenge to the existing rules of science. That organic material can't possibly survive even 1 million years, let alone 68 million. Mary, Jack, and their team published their B. rex findings in a series of papers in the journal Science and were promptly attacked. Critics said their samples might have been contaminated.
And this is what happens with science. Like, if you have a really outlandish finding like that, something that's completely unexpected, there should be pushback. That's what we do as scientists, is we try and come up with explanations, but if you can replicate those results, if you can do it again, then it might be legit. And it seems like this is legit.
Or that the supposed blood vessels were actually something called biofilm.
Exactly, Nerduino, yeah.
type
If
of
there weren't pushback,
slime.
you should be worried. Yeah.
But as Mary showed us, she's been able to replicate her findings. These are pieces of an even older dinosaur, a well-preserved 80-million-year-old duckbill.
So this is from the Judith, right? This is what? Brachylophosaurus, or maybe Probrachylophosaurus. This might even be the super duck specimen that Liz named Probrachylophosaurus. You would know better than I would, Steve. But yeah, pretty neat. This very well might be super duck.
When she dissolved it away in acid...
Let's put this under the scope here.
Well, look. Is that a blood vessel?
This is a blood vessel.
You're
You
kidding.
see the branches right there? And look at all of them. And it's so consistent over and over and over again. We do this bone and it comes out and I get excited every time.
Reproducibility.
I can't help it. I mean,
Yeah.
80 million years old.
Mary published her new results last year, and while some of her critics have been swayed, the controversy still rages, and the stakes are high. If blood vessels can survive 80 million years, what about DNA?
Well, we don't still know DNA. Try as we might, we've not been able to find a single bit of dinosaur DNA as far as I know. We might not ever be able to find that. DNA might just be too delicate, too fragile a molecule to be able to be preserved for millions of years. So, yeah. Here's a link to that video if you'd like to take a look. From 60 Minutes. Yeah. So Steve was saying this earlier, and I wanted to make sure that I emphasize this. Steve, Fossil Preparator, says it's often just the original hard parts that are preserved, sometimes altered. For example, hydroxyapatite crystal structure, which is like the hard part of bone, that gets replaced with some fluorine, causing that brittle nature, but not impacting the soft tissues. Phosphate leaching is often responsible for that brown color, just like Pleistocene subfossils. Interesting. Because, yeah, Hell Creek fossils tend to be this beautiful kind of chocolate brown in a lot of cases. Like we were seeing here in this video. That holotype Tyrannosaurus skull, beautiful chocolate brown color. There you go. Phosphate leaching. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Yeah. But yeah. And Red Panda Party says, how could DNA be preserved? I don't know if it could. I think DNA is maybe just too volatile and it might just naturally break down, even if you have it well sealed or something. You'd probably have to freeze it, maybe? But even after tens of millions of years, even then it might still degrade. And I'm going to have people asking, well, Danny, can't you just look for dinosaurs frozen in ice from 66 million years ago? And unfortunately, there is no ice on Earth that's 66 million years old. It just doesn't exist. You know, there's nowhere on this planet that's been icy for that long. For crying out loud, you've got the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum after the age of dinosaurs, when there was probably no ice on Earth, except maybe at the top of some of the tallest mountains. But that's more ephemeral stuff. Anyway, yeah. Maybe exactly, Squiggles, yeah. But maybe there's a chance since Hell Creek? No, not since the Eocene, we think. So, as far as I know. Not, there. So, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous periods. And then during the Paleogene, so the Paleocene into the Eocene, you've got super high temperatures. We think some of the highest on Earth since like the Hadean. There's no ice that goes back this far because Earth was just too warm then. I mean, you had crocodiles and palm trees up in the North Slope of Alaska at the time. Up in the Arctic, you had tropical animals and plants. Earth was just too warm back then for any ice to survive. So even if there was ice left over from the Cretaceous, it would have melted during this time. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. When did I get the VIP badge? Yesterday I ought to do it. Congrats. Well deserved. Anyway, a very funny game over. Yeah. How warm was the Earth back then? Asked Fuzzy Hamster. Well, here, let me, I think there's a video with Kirk Johnson where he talks about this. this one time. Let's see here. Here's a talk about this.
Good
Let's
afternoon,
see.
everybody. Welcome to the William F. Brace.
Half a billion years, the planet has had forested poles, not icy poles. And what I want to do in this talk is really give you the evidence I've seen over my career as a paleobotanist, evidence for that statement, and leave with you in the northern tier the spruce moose ecosystem. There's the bands of tropical rainforests in the equatorial regions, little pockets of temperate.
There we go.
Because you usually find them in either
palms
tropical areas or tropical desert areas, the palm trees and Sierra. So the fact that we have palm trees in North America is that you can see them pretty much in California or Florida, but you're not going to see them here in Massachusetts because we have days like yesterday when it would be uncomfortable to be a palm tree. So palm trees are climate indicators of never frozen ground, thank you very much. And of course, palms fossilize nicely. So these plants have been around for a long time.
Probably from Green River in Wyoming.
Nicely. They're climate data monitors. They begin to start telling you the story of the planet. There's a group of plants, a little bit more obscure, called the cycads. You usually
I love
see these things
cycads.
only in botanic gardens. They really don't.
Well, cycads revolute, this one particular species you see in front of office buildings and all kinds of stuff, especially here in California. But they're from Japan. These are some of the most cold tolerant of the cycads.
Don't like cold weather. There's only 350 species of cycads. They're quite beautiful things.
Oh yeah,
They look kind
There's
of
a
like
ton
palms,
at the San Diego Zoo.
but they are not flowering plants. Palms are flowering plants. Cycads are seed plants. And they fossilize quite nicely, thank you very much. And they're just a little bit like palms in the distribution. Pretty much tropical, sometimes in the deserts.
Yeah.
So broadleaves, conifers, palms, cycads, those are
let's
kind
talk
of the
about
things that
Alaska.
move around the continent for you.
There we go.
Dioxide concentrations go from 315 to 410. 25% increase in an atmospheric gas concentration in my lifespan. Worth taking note of.
Yeah,
Especially when the state between icehouse and greenhouse seems to be in the range of what would happen if we would burn all our fossil fuel resources. So if you look at our world today, that's what it looks like. And I had a map of North America on my wall for a long time when I was a young geologist. And one day, I don't know why, it dawned on me that I was looking at the footprint of the last ice age. Hudson's Bay is where the ice cap sat, and it depressed Hudson's Bay. And this great thing is a footprint of the Laurentide ice sheet, which sat here multiple times in the past, most recently about 18,000 years ago. Had we been sitting in this room 18,000 years ago, there would have been a couple thousand feet of ice above our heads, which would be inconvenient at least.
So this just goes to show, like, little tweaks to Earth's atmosphere and, like, the concentration of greenhouse gases or Milankovitch cycles, things like that, they can have a tremendous impact. They can really, really alter the climate a lot. And so we as human beings, pumping up all of this carbon and methane and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, we can throw things off kilter, and we've been throwing things off kilter.
And I grew up in Seattle. When they were building the Space Needle, here's a rare shot of the Space Needle in construction, missing its top. Space Needle, as it stands today, is 603 feet tall. 18,000 years ago, there were 3,000 feet of ice on top of Seattle. So 5 Space Needles of ice in Seattle. 18,000 years ago is not that long when you think about it.
And Fuzzy Hamster says, we already passed the point of no return with our comment? Incorrect. No. We've got maybe a decade or two in order to turn things around. There already is some warming that's already baked in, but we absolutely can turn this ship around if we do it soon. Don't succumb to the doomerism about that, but that's exactly what the pollution companies want you to think. They're like, why bother, We're going to wipe out 3/4 of humanity anyway, and, 90% of species on Earth. So, yeah, just do not fall for that. Do not fall for the propaganda there. We can absolutely turn things around if we do it soon. again, don't get don't get me started about this. It's a big thing. But no, we've absolutely not passed the point of no return there, Fuzzy Hamster. Do not succumb to doomerism about that. There's still hope. We can still make a change. Absolutely, yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about this another time.
5 times the pyramids or something like that. It's just like, it's only twice human civilization. So something happened between 18,000 years ago and the beginning of civilization that removed all that ice from the mid-latitudes and it retreated back.
Yep.
But I'm more interested in this time period. This is North America.
Here we go. This is what we're talking about.
This is ice-free North America
Yep.
at a time well before there was Antarctic ice sheets and Arctic ice sheets. And the question I have is, what did that look like? What was it like if you were here 60 million years ago in Paleocene North America? You can see that the continents aren't exactly the range that we are today because of the great grinding movements of plate tectonics and the arrival of exotic terrains. But you can basically make out the general shape. The western interior seaway had retreated, and you can see here's the southern end of it and the northern end go up here. There was this wonderful moment, you know, when you have a narrow strip of land between 2 bodies of water, we call it an isthmus, like the Isthmus of Panama. There was a point when we had the Isthmus of North Dakota. Just ponder that for a second. So here is this amazing landmass, our North America, 60 million years ago. And here's what the polar regions look like today. And if you look
maybe
at this
DM me
map,
with a link to
there are
that,
3
and I'll take a
lines.
look.
There is the Arctic Circle. The Arctic Circle is that point above which, on the longest day of the year, the sun doesn't set for 1 day. As you go towards the pole, the length of polar light increases, and at the North Pole, the year is 1 day long. The sun comes up for 6 months, goes down for 6 months. And if you go to a place like Ellesmere Island, you have, in the summer, 3 to 4 months of complete sun. The sun just goes around in the sky like this. It's super amazing to watch it. I've spent about 16 weeks up in Ellesmere Island. You can just, if you know which direction north is, which is a problem because the magnetic North Pole is down here, and you're here, so your compass points to the southwest. But if you do know which way north is,
so weird.
the sun is its own sundial.
Man.
It just goes around in a circle. You can know exactly what time it is.
That's so cool.
It's an amazing thing. Second line is the solid line, here, this one. That's the 10-degree isotherm. That is if the temperature in July averages 50 degrees more or less. So below the line, the average temperature in July is more than 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and above it, it's less. And you'll note that the dotted line, which is the modern-day tree line, hangs pretty close to the 10-degree or 50-degree
Anyway, get to the...
So basically, trees don't grow north of that level because of the temperature.
Here we go.
You find trees that are 4 and 5 feet in diameter with several hundred growth rings. When you poke around the base of these things, you find the leaves that fell off of those trees. And miraculously, this leaf is the Don redwood, Metasequoia.
Yeah,
The same one that was discovered in Japan in China in 1941. It's planted here on the grounds of MIT. Was living here in swamps well north of the Arctic Circle 60 million years ago.
How cool is that?
Swamp tree from warm temperate China, happily growing in dense forests in the Arctic. Here's that Katsura tree I showed you, the scholar.
Yeah, Metasequoia is so cool, Squiggles. Here, let me show you for anybody who's not aware. Metasequoia. Here's what the branches look like. It's related to the redwood tree, but this is a kind of tree that was thought to be extinct until it was discovered in the 1940s in China. And it is extraordinarily similar to the ones that we have as fossils from the Cretaceous and from the Paleogene periods. Really, really cool. That itself is a phenomenal story that we should talk about sometime. You know,
now remember,
really
that
cool.
tree used to have fossils in North America. Now they're in the Arctic. They live in China.
Thank you, Deathsaurus. I'll
And
take
you
a look
realize
at that
those
later,
three
maybe if I have time.
disjunct forests I showed you
Like after stream.
were all just one forest that has been severed by the cooling climate that's made forests impossible at high latitudes and left 3 dangling deciduous temperate forest regimes, one in East Asia, one in Eastern North America, and one in Europe.
Yeah.
Here's an elm. Here's a birch.
Again, this is from like the North Pole, essentially.
It's a lotus.
Lotuses at the North Pole. Crazy.
Now, Mary Dawson was an amazing woman. That's her on her knees.
Yeah.
That's a typical vertebrate paleontology posture. They crawl around all day long looking for little tiny teeth. And she found crocodiles and turtles, things you would not predict, but they are sort of those warm climate indicators high above the Arctic Circle.
Again, turtles and crocodiles, crocodiliforms at least, at the North Pole, essentially. Bonkers. I mean, that's how much Earth's climate can change. Normally, this takes hundreds of thousands or millions of years, but unfortunately, right now, we as human beings are altering the climate far more rapidly than that, which is why it's such a problem. Ecosystems do not have a chance to adapt. The plants and animals and other critters that live in these ecosystems, you know, when just one year after the other just gets hotter and hotter and hotter, there's not enough time to change your range or change your behavior or change your biology by evolving over time. So critters are just going extinct nowadays. This is why climate change is such a pressing issue. Take it from a paleontologist. You know, Earth's climate, you know, sometimes people tell me, oh, well, you know, doesn't the Earth's climate always change? Yes, but it doesn't change this fast. Only one time that I can think of in Earth's history has Earth's climate changed this fast, and that was the extinction event that ended the reign of the dinosaurs. So, yeah, not a good time when like 80 to 90% of life on Earth died out, we think, at the KPG boundary. And that was because a giant asteroid the size of San Francisco slammed into the atmosphere, caused essentially like an impact winter. What we're doing today as human beings, putting up all these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and all kinds of other stuff that we're doing, exploiting ecosystems, deforesting, overfishing, all of this. We're causing like a KPG level extinction event. Like we're starting to push that boulder down the hill. There's still time to stop it. There absolutely is. But we gotta stop it now, you know? So anyway. Yeah. South Coast. Oh, very cool chicken bacon Swiss. Nice. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So I'll give you a link to the rest of this video with Kirk Johnson. He is a phenomenal speaker. So that is definitely worth bookmarking and watching when I'm not online. Maybe on Friday or Saturday or Sunday. If you want your fix of fossil science while I'm not live, that is a great thing to return to if you want to put that as a bookmark or in your notes app or whatever. But let's turn back to this video. Let's climb up several levels of Inception back to where we were. Adam Savage's video about dinosaurs here at the American Museum. Good stuff.
Evolutionary scientific object from the early 1900s. But we also have historical mounts of dinosaurs. So this is our T-Rex skeleton mount, and that was revamped, you know, and remounted with like emerging.
And I'm just realizing I gotta go to the bathroom right now too. So before we return to this, let me show you I guess we'll take a look at the 65 trailer. Here's a movie trailer that I re-edited to make it more scientifically accurate. And sometimes I play this when I have to go use the little paleontologist room. But speaking of that asteroid impact and all of that, here's an example of what a difference 1 million years can make. Yeah, here. Take a look at this. Understand that the people producing this film and whoever wrote the title for it, they made a little bit of a goof. So I've corrected that goof in a way that I found amusing. I hope you find amusing too. Take a look.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
So there you go. Thank you for giving me a chance to run to the bathroom. But yeah. And there were wee tiny birds as well, Bridget. Yes, this is true. Yeah. But anyway, for a couple million years after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, mammals managed to barely squeak through that extinction event, and they start off very small, and later on they diversify into the ancestors of lions and tigers and bears, whales and bats, and camels and rats, etc. And there were crocodiliforms at least, squiggles, yeah. But anywho. But lost were the big dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus. That's one of the ones that lived right up until the asteroid impact. Tyrannosaurus is from the very end of the age of dinosaurs. And that's the subject of this video here. Here we go.
Right, skeleton mount. And that was revamped, and remounted with like, emerging understanding of dinosaurs and how they looked.
Strange but true.
And you can see T-Rex, this is like the Jurassic Park conception of T-Rex, which we think is more or less accurate. Like the body is horizontal, the tail is held horizontally off the ground. But if you look just behind it, that's a close relative of T-Rex, and that's a skeleton that was mounted, in the early 20th century.
Right.
And you can see it's
Oh, and interesting, Claire. I'm going to see if maybe I can get in contact with Adam Savage, even just on a personal level. He'd probably like to tour the museum at Berkeley or something. Maybe I could make that happen.
completely different. The trunk is held at an angle, the tail's dragging along the ground.
Oh, cool.
And, one of the strongest pieces of evidence that they didn't walk like that is when we find their footprint.
You left a comment? Let's see. Scroll through and then do a Control F for... Oh, no, I just saw you right there. Recognized your... Oh, where'd it go? Here. Claire, yeah. Thanks, Claire. Nice. Very cool. Anywho, yeah, I might go through my Rolodex and see if I know anybody who might know Adam Savage.
Prints. We don't find like the mark of a tail dragging.
Oh, cool.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I love what you discover by looking what you can't see.
Yeah, and you can also get it like detailed study of the bones. Sometimes sometimes paleontologists find a whole skeleton more or less in sort of life orientation. All of these pieces of evidence contribute to our understanding of like how were dinosaurs in life.
Yeah.
Amazing. Who was it that discovered the dinosaur?
Yeah, so this was discovered by this legendary paleontologist early
Barnum Brown.
North American paleontology. Barnum Brown.
So Barnum Brown, he discovered Tyrannosaurus and a number of other dinosaurs. He also discovered Deinonychus, but we talked about that a little bit on Deinonychus Discovery Day. John Ostrom gets the credit for that, but Barnum Brown originally discovered that dinosaur. Was going to name it Daptosaurus, never got around to it. Anywho, Barnum Brown is the same guy who was working in the Almond Formation of Wyoming. We've been following in his footsteps and even discovered some of his old sites out there in the Almond Formation. He found a bunch of dinosaurs there, never named any of them, and then no one else has really worked there in the years since. looking for dinosaurs since the 1930s, when Barnum Brown dug there in Wyoming. So my field crew has been, following in the trail of Barnum Brown.
And he was basically going out into the West, in the days when, you couldn't just get on a plane.
Yeah. It was weeks and weeks and weeks of hardship.
In many places, still barely populated.
Yeah.
And going out and, really toughing it and finding amazing stuff from all ages of evolutionary history of vertebrates. Dinosaurs, mammals, all kinds of things.
I mean, you've participated directly, I'm assuming, inadvertently also with dinosaur digs all over. His achievement seems astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, I recently read a book about Barnum Brown, and I started to think I'm just not tough enough.
That's probably this book here, actually. It's probably this one. Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Written by Lowell Dingus and Mark Norell. Here's an example. Here's Barnum Brown and his crew on the Red Deer River in Alberta, Canada. They had a barge that they used to go up and down the river, and they might look a little bit strange in this photo. What's that covering their heads? So they've got wide-brimmed hats, and they've got a mesh material. Anybody have any guesses what that might be? Why? Oh, whoops. Wow. So wrong button. Yeah, it is. To protect themselves from mosquitoes, biting flies, gnats, which were ravenous. They were just being eaten alive, so they had to walk around with this in order to not be driven insane or have all of their blood sucked from them. Yeah. Crazy, right? Yeah. These are the sorts of conditions that Barnum Brown was working in. And, back then at the time. So, yeah, when we talk about hardships, this is what we're talking about. Go away. Goodness. Hang on. Here, maybe if I play this again, it'll go away. Yeah. So, in what place was digging dinosaurs easy back in the day? In what place was this just a walk in the park? Where would that be?
Wow! The land of make-believe!
There we go. And will it go away now, please? No? Oh, goodness. Okay, we just better turn that off. Okay. Let's continue.
Dinosaur digs all over. His achievement seems astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, I recently read a book about Barnum Brown, and I started to think I'm just not tough enough.
He goes out into the wilderness with plaster and comes back with this incredible gem.
Yeah, and these are times actually people are just developing the methods of how do we do a good job of collecting a dinosaur fossil in good condition. The tools are different. The way of field jackets were just about people were just establishing how to protect the fossil.
The field jacket is the
back
plaster.
across the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the structure we make out of plaster and burlap that encloses the fossil and the rock
jacket.
around it.
So longtime viewers of this channel are very familiar with this because this is what we do for, half the time out in the field when I'm streaming is we're making plaster jackets like this in order to safely transport these fossils back to the laboratory.
To bring it back to the museum, and then in the fossil prep lab, that's where they extract the fossil from the rock.
So did he do the plaster jacket on this to transport it back to the East Coast?
Yeah, by then they were making plaster jackets and doing a good job of it.
Oh, nice.
10 years earlier or so, people hadn't quite cracked it yet, and he even had sent fossils back to the museum from the West, and they'd arrived in terrible shape, broken into pieces. But by now, like, this is cracked, like the technology of how you get a dinosaur fossil out of the field.
Oh, neat.
And the truth is, we use different tools now. We use a wide range of tools that didn't exist then.
Right.
But the fact of excavation, making the field jacket, bringing things back to the museum is still pretty much as was
still
established
exactly.
at
It's the
that
same
time.
procedure.
Yeah. More or less.
I love it when a problem gets solved and then just, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
It strikes me, just the last thing I want to talk about is the teeth his dentition seems to be in incredible shape.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, and people love the teeth of T-Rex.
Robust teeth. Oh, man.
So you can
Let
see,
me see if I can find one.
It's a big animal. I think, like, this head is so big when you get up close and personal with it. If you're like a small enough person could curl up in a ball inside this head. Make T-Rex's life easy for you. So these are the teeth of an animal that's like the size of a really big elephant, but it wants to eat you. And people say, oh, the teeth are the size of bananas. You'll see that that's not quite true.
Not quite true. A small banana.
Well, if you include the root of the tooth, where it
my room's a mess right now, so apologies.
Is about as long as the bit that sticks out. So the root plus the bit that you see, plus the tooth, that's the size of a banana.
Crazy.
So it's reasonable to say T-Rex's tooth sticks out as about.
Let me go find one. Hang on.
Okay, you've convinced me. I agree. This is the coolest object in the history of paleontology.
Absolutely. It's just my opinion, but objectively the coolest fossil ever discovered.
Roger, thank you so much.
Oh,
it's
a
really
pleasure.
amazing. Thank you so much for watching that video. If while watching any of my videos you like any of the t-shirts that you see me wearing, well, you can go buy them. And there's two places you can get them. First, you can go to tested-store.com, a web address that my crew laughs is one of the hardest things for me to remember in my whole brain. But now they've given me a second URL. You can now go to adamsavage.com and buy any of the t-shirts you see me wearing on this channel. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff there too. Thanks.
All right, sorry. My room is too much of a mess right now for me to be able to find this without making you wait any longer. But anyway, Tyrannosaurus teeth are big. Show you a photo. Yeah, so like with the root, without the root, they can look like that for kind of a smaller tooth. That might be like a premax tooth there. Like one of the teeth from the like anterior dentary. But they get big. Yeah, like this. With the root, they could be enormous. Yeah. They're never white like that though, and I don't know what that texture is for the root. That's all wrong. But anyway, they're big. They're big. Anyhow. Really deeply rooted teeth. And what's funny is here on Stan's skull, it's a particular Tyrannosaurus specimen, the teeth are pulled out, I guess, to make them look longer and scarier. This is a commercial specimen, so, they're trying to make money with this. They don't really look like that in life. They would look like this. So just the part of the tooth that's coated with, I want to say enamel, but enamel sounds too mammally to me. It might be dentin and another thing for sauropsids. I'd have to check on that. But anyway, the toothy part of the tooth is like 1/4 of the length. The rest of it is root. And so only the toothy part of the tooth actually sticks out of the jaw. But still really big, like to have teeth this long sticking out of your jaw. And incredibly thick. Like in cross-section, they're very round. They're like railroad spikes or like bananas. So not just for cutting through flesh, not just for tearing, but for puncturing and crushing. They're impressive bits of anatomy. They really are. Yeah. I didn't know enamel was a mammal thing. To a certain extent, I don't know. I'd have to look into this, but mammal teeth tend to be different from the teeth of other animals. Mammals have a much stronger emphasis on their teeth, like a quantity versus quality versus quantity kind of thing. Mammal teeth. Can we find a video about that, maybe? Let's see. there's so much like AI slop on YouTube now. It's so frustrating. Just polluting the search results. Just super aggravating. But here, let's take a look at this. I know this guy. This is Russell Hawley from the Tate Museum in Casper, Wyoming.
Teeth, you'll find.
Yeah. So this is going to be about the different numbers of teeth.
Good morning. This is the Tate Geological Museum at Casper College, and I'm Russell Hawley. And today I'm going to introduce you to something that you're going to run into sooner or later if you study mammalogy or paleontology.
The study of mammals or the study of fossils.
Dental formula. A dental formula is a diagram that shows what kinds of teeth are in a mammal's mouth. And
so this is really cool. I don't actually know this off the top of my head because I don't work on mammals, at least not yet. So this is something I should bookmark and take a look at later. Here's a link for you too. Yeah. But this is a dental formula. So this is where the different teeth are arranged, how many there are, that kind of thing. And so you'll see this on like Wikipedia articles about different kinds of mammal. For dinosaurs, it's not like this. Yeah.
Find that it has 3 incisors on each side of its upper jaw, and it has 3 incisors on each side of its lower jaw. On the top and on the bottom, there's 1 canine. On the top, there's 4 premolars on each side of the jaw and 2 molars. In the bottom jaw, you've also got 4 premolar teeth, but 3 molars in the lower jaw. Let's see what that...
So anyway, different groups of mammals, things like oreodonts and telodonts and smilodon, they're extinct now, but herpestids, these are mongoose. Ursus is the bear genus, and then hominids, this is what we have, so 32 adult teeth there. So, yeah. Yeah. And somebody was talking about crocs and dinosaurs. Yeah, homodont is the term, where dinosaurs and crocs and other critters like that, not birds anymore, they don't have teeth anymore, but ancestral birds were like this. They tend to be homodonts, so like the teeth are pretty much the same in the jaw. It's not like you have in humans and especially other kinds of mammals. Heterodonty, where you have different kinds of teeth. Like this is not really something that dinosaurs do very much. There's a few dinosaur taxa that do this, but for the most part, this is like a mammal thing. You've got incisors in the front, you've got canines, you've got premolars and molars, you might have carnassial teeth, that kind of thing. Mammals kind of go wild with their teeth in a way that dinosaurs kind of don't. Dinosaurs tend to be fairly conservative with their teeth. But mammals, they are they're all about the teeth, you know? To the point where if you study fossil mammals, especially fossil mammals from the age of the dinosaurs, you're studying their teeth. The teeth are the most distinctive part. They're the part that evolves the fastest. They're the part that gets preserved most often. The study of Mesozoic mammals is basically the study of their teeth. There's an old joke that like, yeah, during the Mesozoic, during the age of dinosaurs, mammals, you know, they were very small, shrew-like. They're basically just teeth. They hadn't evolved other body parts yet. They're just teeth. Multituberculate teeth, there we go. So, you know, this is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with fossil mammals from the Mesozoic. We're just dealing with their teeth, because that's the part that you find the most often. That's the part that's the most readily identifiable. This is the business end of the animal. The teeth they are these animals, you know? So the study of Mesozoic mammals is the study of teeth. So yeah. Very specialized teeth. There you go, Claire, yeah. And dinosaurs are not like this. Like, different kinds of dinosaur, They've got different shapes of teeth, but the teeth are often not identifiable down to a species level, and they absolutely are for mammals most of the time. So dinosaurs are kind of whatever about their teeth. Mammals are like, no, teeth, teeth, teeth all the time. We're all about the teeth. Does that make sense? Yeah. Which is why a lot of them are exactly, Squiggles, yeah. So many different mammals are Thisodon, Thatodon, Smilodon, Entelodon, Hyrachodon. Don means tooth, and so a lot of these mammals are named after their teeth. Pterodon.
What you doing?
No, not Pteranodon. Pterodon. There we go. Pterodon. What's funny is a lot of people they'll call this Pterodon. This is Pteranodon. The name means wings with no teeth. Pteranodon, no teeth. Pterodon means wingtooth. That's a kind of mammal from the Cenozoic. It's kind of creodont, which is this weird archaic group of mammals. As far as we know, they didn't leave any descendants. They lived and evolved and thrived and went extinct. No descendants. Yeah. But yeah. The whole pterodon thing comes from Ark, so more to dislike. Oh, really, Claire? But I don't know. Some of my relatives still say pterodon. My mom says this. She has no idea what Ark is, so it's just a thing that's in culture anyway. But yeah, this is pterodon. Not to be confused with Pteranodon, or there's a plant called pterodon? That's so funny. Yeah. And Sketchy Track says, so what is a beak, essentially? Oh, we can talk about that. Here. Let me go grab a beaked dinosaur skull to show you. This is the skull of Erlikosaurus here. Erlikosaurus is a plant-eating dinosaur from Mongolia from the late Cretaceous period. It's a therizinosaur. And here is a lovely illustration of this animal right here. What's cool about Erlikosaurus is that it kind of shows us, to a certain extent, how you evolve a beak. So, these dinosaurs, their ancestors were meat eaters, presumably. But with Erlikosaurus here, they've started to evolve a toothless beak. So you look at the lower jaw, and look how there's no teeth there in the front. This is what we call edentulous, no teeth. And then you look at the upper jaw there, also no teeth up here. And we start to get these little pits along here. So Erlikosaurus is kind of in the process of evolving a beak. I'm not gonna say it's halfway, it's already more than halfway there. But, there we go. Here's the model on Sketchfab. I think this is the same one I downloaded. Or similar one at least. It's the same skull. I don't know if it's the same exact model. Might be a different render. But yeah, you can look there. No teeth in the front, but you've got these lovely pits here. And so these are blood vessel supply. Like, there would have been nutrients coming out of those in order to supply a keratinous sheath over it. So Erlikosaurus is starting to develop an edentulous rhamphotheca. So essentially a toothless beak right there. So it was probably covered with keratin like this, and that would have helped it to to nip plants and stuff like that. Basically cropping leaves and branches and things like that. So it's starting to develop a toothless plant-eating beak. Yeah. And Edentulus rhamphotheca. I'll type it in. Yeah. Here's a cool paper about this from 2013. Edentulism, which means toothlessness. Edentulism, toothlessness. Beaks and the biomechanical innovations in the evolution of theropod dinosaurs. Larry Whitmer, whose lab had the Tyrannosaurus skull we were talking about. He's one of the authors on this. Yeah. So pretty cool. So the way that dinosaurs like Erlikosaurus evolved that toothless beak is very similar to the way that modern birds evolved that toothless beak. Both of these dinosaurs are part of the same group, Maniraptora. Erlikosaurus and birds are part of the same group. They are right here on our tree of life, right up there. There's birds up there in the corner. Erlikosaurus would be basically right about there. Yeah. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anyhow. You bet, Sketchy Tracks. Thanks for the question. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway, teeth are really interesting in terms of evolution. The way that mammals went, so like, I've talked about this before, but I feel like it's a good time to talk about it again. Mammals have a lot of specializations in their teeth. They're very tooth-forward animals. I think it's in episode 2 of Your Inner Fish. Yeah. We're talking about those teeth.
Help everyone.
So I think that's right about here. Yeah, there we go. So mammals evolved from earlier, like, proto-mammal things. Like gorgonopsids. This is not a dinosaur. This is an ancestor of the mammals. And they start developing some specializations early on. In fact, actually, let me find you that Dimetrodon clip before we jump into the Your Inner Fish one. Walking with monsters. Dimetrodon. So even earlier than the Gorgonopsians, here is another kind of... Oh boy. Get rid of that. Here is another kind of proto-mammal from the Permian period. This is before the dinosaurs. These are not dinosaurs. I want to make that very, very clear. Not a dinosaur, okay? Not a dinosaur. You got that? Not a dinosaur. None of these are dinosaurs here. These are before the dinosaurs. These are mammal ancestors. Take a look. Dimetrodon and Edaphosaurus. You could gerbil. I know, right? And Murph says, when did the mammals lose the lizardy look? In the Triassic? No, later on in the Permian with things like Gorgonopsids These guys were probably kind of fuzzy. Maybe. Yeah, I really like illustrations that make them look more mammalian, because they are weird proto-mammals, and they may have even been hairy like this. You know, we're still kind of figuring some of this stuff out. But yeah. So Dimetrodon is from the early Permian. Those Gorgonopsids are from the late Permian. So let's get to the teeth. Oh, the teeth. We want to see the teeth. The teeth are in the full clip. Come on now. There we go. There we go. Ugh. Mammal-like reptile is an outdated term. She's a proto-mammal. Nothing to do with reptiles. A proto-mammal. Yep. Nope, sorry. Yeah. Anyhow. But that differentiation between different kinds of teeth is really important, and that's something that mammals took and just ran with. Murph wants to know, could the big frill... Oh, we call it a sail on pelycosaurs like this. Could it be mostly just to make it look bigger? Not really sure what that's for, honestly. We're still figuring that out. There's still debate about that kind of thing. We can talk about that another time. But here, check this out.
Give us a window into our distant past by telling us how our ancestors lived and evolved. Roger wants to show me a particularly striking specimen that's over 250 million years old.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Look at that skull. Bonkers.
Ferocious. Look at those teeth. Now, this is the Gorgonopsid. These are the carnivores of that time. Boy, the teeth really tell a story on this.
So again, Gorgonopsids are these guys. They're after Dimetrodon. They're getting more and more mammal-y. Yeah. Cool critters, the Gorgonopsids.
Certainly do, yeah.
Gorgonopsids might look a bit like T-Rex, but they lived millions of years before any dinosaur was around.
Yeah.
This is a fossil that when you see it, you know exactly how it lived, what it did, you know. This wasn't messing around, this creature. Absolutely. Yeah.
Gorgonopsids were ferocious predators with mouths full of highly specialized teeth. And that represents a dramatic change from the much more basic teeth of reptiles. Most reptiles have sharp peg-shaped teeth that all look really similar.
Yep, homodonty is what we call that. The teeth are the same.
These teeth are only great for one thing: biting.
Oof.
They can't strip or chew their food. Instead, they tear off chunks.
Yowza.
And then swallow them whole.
So dramatic.
The Gorgonopsid's teeth had come a long way from their reptilian cousins.
Compared to the reptiles before it, there was no differentiation of incisors and canines, but this elongation of the canine is a particularly mammal-like feature. And the front teeth were like two little needles that came together. Very, very well adapted for flesh tearing.
So here you start to see differentiation along the tooth row. They're all sort of the same shape, but they're different sizes, specialized in different ways.
Different widths, too, I think.
Gorgonopsids had virtual Swiss Army knives
The
of teeth.
global and serious game of paleontology.
Woolly Ewok, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Giant canines for piercing tough skin, and incisors for stripping flesh off a carcass, so they could avoid swallowing whole bones.
Woolly Ewok says, love the username. This seems like a fun stream. Thank you. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. This is Paleontologizing. I am a paleontologist. I'm talking about fossil science here. Stick around. We do live dinosaur digs during the summers when I'm out in the field, live via satellite. And in fact, actually, if anybody else happens to be new here, I can play you a quick little 1-minute intro. There we go.
Really?
My name is Dan.
No expense.
And thank you, Murph, for gifting Woolly Ewok. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Woolly Ewok.
Good stuff. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. That's what we're all about here. So, welcome. Oh yeah, and I'm a Twitch ambassador nowadays, too. That was just announced a couple weeks ago. 3 weeks ago? Yeah, 3 weeks ago. Pretty excited about that. So, official Twitch ambassador, you know? Anywho. Let's get back to this, talking about Gorgonopsids and kind of the origins of mammalian heterodonty.
Never before had such menacingly efficient eating machines ruled the land.
Here, I'm gonna try and correct our closed captions here.
Efficient eating machines ruled the land.
Oh, well, that's fine.
These particular Gorgonopsians were fairly long-legged, and the front legs were slightly sprawled, the back legs were nice and upright. So even
And hang on, we got some questions real quick. Woolly Ewok says, great paleontology college and museum at my university. Oh, very cool, Woolly Ewok. Can I ask where that is? Because I might have been there before, potentially. Yeah, I'm obviously big into museums myself. I've worked with a whole bunch of different museums collecting fossils. All kinds of cool stuff. And Pomez says, have you ever talked about the La Brea tar pits? Talked about them. I visited them multiple times and streamed from there multiple times. I'll show you. Here we go. Here we are at the George C. Page Museum.
Which is probably why this guy was reconstructed with just one finger on the trunk.
And then later we go outside and look at the actual tar pits themselves.
But yeah, this is one of those spots where you actually have tar seeping up. So it's still happening even today. That's why they've cordoned this off, because there is some of the tar seeping up. It's hardened.
Liquid asphalt.
But over here, it's all wet. Look at that. Lordy, didn't you get some on your shoes or something last time?
I did, yeah, I did not get it off.
Yeah, it's pretty permanent. Look at that. Look at that. Lick it?
Don't do that.
Okay, I won't.
Turn into that guy from Spider-Man.
Yeah. Wow, it's... Oh boy, that's not going to come off. That's not going to come off. Yeah. Know that when you come here to La Brea and you stick your finger in the tar, you know, you're making a choice there that's going to stick with you. No pun intended. Oh boy.
And it certainly did. I mean, shoot. To this very day, it still has not come off. I'm just kidding. I just put some Sharpie on my finger right there. It did come off eventually. But, yeah. I'll give you a link to this VOD, and then there's another one too. If you just search La Brea on the YouTube channel, you'll find it. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's get back to some earlier mammal ancestors, much earlier than mammals at La Brea, Gorgonopsids and things like that, with their special teeth.
In their gait, they're somewhat between a reptile and a mammal.
They're not actually related to reptiles. It's the most frustrating thing about this series. The rest of it's great.
They developed extra ridges called cusps for chewing food, allowing more efficient digestion and more energy for chasing prey. These ancient innovations were the precursors to the molars we have in our mouths today.
Oh, and Ohio State in Athens? We were just talking about that. Larry Whitmer's lab is at... Hang on, is that Ohio State or is that Ohio University? I forget. Oh, Columbus. Okay, never mind. Yeah. But the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big global meeting for paleontologists who study backbone animals like dinosaurs and mammals, that's going to be in Cleveland next year. Which I know is very different from Columbus and from Cincinnati and from Dayton and from Toledo, and there's so many different cities in Ohio. People forget. But yeah. Ohio, exactly, Claire Burr. You know? But yeah, it yeah, it's true. It's true. And there you go, Van Pecan. Yeah, I'm glad let's continue. So we're talking about why mammal teeth are important.
Right, a mouth of molars. Couldn't eat the apple. Mouth of incisors. I couldn't eat the whatever you call this. It's good, by the way.
Guava roll.
Guava roll. Thank you for having molars, because I'm glad I could do this one.
You know, but the humble tooth is very important for our lives today. Every time you bite into an apple, right, that is a very complex behavior.
And it is. There's a lot going on.
The incisors bite into that apple, and they do so in almost a perfect way. The teeth occlude in a very fixed pattern, a very precise pattern.
Yep.
We take for granted how we rely on precise tooth-to-tooth occlusion, except when things go wrong, except when we crack a tooth or something like that.
Yep. So I get the question a lot, like, so dinosaurs, whether we're talking about T-Rex or whether we're talking about Velociraptor like we've been talking about, or Triceratops here, or Stegosaurus, they all replace their teeth all the time. They'd have new teeth growing in every year. In fact, a dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus, they may have held on to their teeth for only about a year before getting rid of them, so they're just cycling through their teeth all the time. Just a never-ending supply for as long as they're alive. We as mammals are not like that. We have 2 sets of teeth for our entire lives. You got your baby teeth and your adult teeth, and then you were done. So why evolve that? Why wouldn't you think it would be better to just have a constant supply of new teeth? And the answer is, it's not better for mammals, because tooth-to-tooth occlusion like that, those teeth matching up perfectly, is really, really important to us as organisms, as mammals.
Well, good look at you, Neil, and make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. And there's nothing in here that isn't supposed to
Wonderfully
And clear- yeah,
complex
that is
teeth might allow
kind of a
us to have
thought,
a
yeah.
great bite, but it's come at a price.
So it's
You
a
know,
trade-off,
what
like
I
everything
think about
is.
you know, the consequences of the reptile-mammal transition are the fact that we need dentists. It's really
Thank you.
You're right. Thanks. Thank you, South African fossils.
Thank you very much.
I mean, reptiles don't need dentists, right? Because they're producing lots of teeth throughout their lives. You know, boom, 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 and they produce them, they're out of there.
Yep.
Most reptiles, like the snake, grow multiple sets of teeth in their lifetime.
Yep.
There's a constant stream of new teeth erupting in their mouths. But after we lose our baby teeth, we're left with one adult set to last us the rest of our lives. This may not seem like the best of strategies, but there is a plus side. It allows us to develop our very precise bite.
Yep.
If you're continually replacing your
precision is
teeth, right? I mean, I think it would be hard to get that, you know, micron scale occlusion, which is so really important to us.
You're right. When we lose a tooth, the changes that occur to compensate for the loss of that tooth and the space that it held has a profound effect on our occlusions.
Yep.
The reason our rows of teeth match up so precisely is that our ancestors reduced the number of sets that they produced. We've made up for that by strengthening our teeth with extra roots and thick enamel to help them last a lifetime, along with a little help from our dentists.
That's neat. I'll have to take a better look when I go to the
Go to the
zoo
zoo.
with my kids. The reptile house is not my favorite place.
Yeah,
yet,
it's
so
not
I would
everybody's.
like them in the form you find them.
You're dead?
Yeah, dead 200 million years.
Anywho, so when we're talking about mammals, like I said, they're very tooth-forward animals. So if you're studying Mesozoic mammals in particular, you're studying their teeth, you know? The teeth are the part that evolved the fastest, the part that's the most distinctive, the most identifiable, and they have crazy cusps that they develop throughout their teeth, just bonkers, you know? Dinosaurs not so much. Dinosaur teeth tend to be simpler. Dinosaurs are quantity over quality. Mammals are quality over quantity. Only 2 sets for your whole life as a mammal. You gotta make sure that they're good. But then when you're done with those 2 sets, you are done. Like, you die. There's lots of stories of elephants, elderly elephants, who they go through their last set of teeth. And elephants actually they've evolved multiple, they're weird in a mammal sense, where they have like, I think 6 or 8 sets of teeth throughout their lifetimes. Their molars, there's like a conveyor belt of molars, but they still have a finite amount. And once they lose those last teeth, they try and survive on kind of soft swamp plants for a while, and then eventually they just can't get enough nutrients and they wither and die. So, yeah, a really long-lived elephant. Once they outlive their teeth, they don't have very much longer to live after that, you know? And that's why elephants in the zoo need to have their teeth really well taken care of. Because often in a zoo, they'll have more grit and stuff like that that they'll ingest. And so you really got to make sure that, that you're taking care of your elephant's teeth in the zoo. And Fafnir says, "Oh man, I'm so glad I found this channel. Hopefully going into zoology soon." Very cool. Well, stick around. And let me know if you've got any questions. Paleontology, the study of fossils that I'm in, is a combination of biology and geology. Because we're studying the preserved remains of ancient living things. The living things is the biology part, and the preserved part, rock layers, the fossilization, that's the geology part. So paleontology is a weird hybrid of biology and geology. And many paleontologists are kind of more on one side or the other. Just full disclosure, I'm much more on the biology side of things. I'm not a very good geologist. But, yeah. But I do a ton of field work out in the rocks. But I'm not the person you want interpreting those rocks necessarily. I'm very interested in modern animals as well and what they can tell us about extinct animals. So that's kind of my jam. That's where I live. within paleontology, if that makes sense. But yeah. I love hybrid domains like that, says Willie Ewok. Yeah. And the thing is, since paleontology is a combination of biology and geology, and makes it an extraordinarily broad field, you might think, oh, well, paleontology, that's very specific, right? Wrong. Paleontology is extraordinarily broad, because you have to know a little bit about everything. If you're studying dinosaurs, for instance, like I do, you have to understand their anatomy. You have to understand different forms in the skeleton, the characteristics of different bones, how they fit together, how these bones operate in modern animals, so you can use those as an analog for extinct animals. If you're going to be doing field work, you have to understand the rocks, the stratigraphy. You have to understand your depositional settings. If you're studying how these animals behave, you have to understand something about the behavior of modern animals and what evidence for that might exist in the fossil record that you could find. There are people who approach paleontology from a computer science perspective, where they're doing 3D modeling and creating computer models of how animals like dinosaurs would have walked, how their skeletons, how their bones articulate, how the different stresses on different parts of their skeletons would affect their movement. There are paleontologists who use computers for figuring out the family trees, how these different animals are related to one another. Constructing sort of evolutionary phylogenies, evolutionary family trees. That can take a lot of statistics, Bayesian stuff oftentimes. There are paleontologists who approach things from a physics perspective, or from a chemistry perspective, from a geographic perspective. There's so many different ways to be a paleontologist. I'm very lucky to have found my niche here on Twitch, actually. I do science outreach full-time. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. Believe it or not, Twitch is how I pay the bills. And that funds my research and my field work. Puts food on my table. So I stream 4 days a week here when I'm in my office, Monday through Thursday. And, didn't stream this Monday. I was flying back from TwitchCon. But in the field, I try to stream 7 days a week when I'm out there in the Badland digging up dinosaurs and other critters. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Sketchy Tracks is very correct about that. Science is a collective effort. Yeah, it's... Nobody does it by themselves. Here, we should talk about what we'll be discussing next week. Well, tomorrow, we'll be talking about this critter, along with 2 other brand new dinosaurs, just named. But this one is near and dear to my heart because a friend of mine named this, and named it after another friend of mine who's now deceased. But, Brontotholus, the name means Thunderdome. Great name. But Carrie Woodruff just published this critter, just named it. We're going to be interviewing Carrie next week. I'm starting a new series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is their big professional organization for paleontologists who study animals with bones. The series is called The Fossil Finders. So I'm going to be introducing the audience to numerous other paleontologists and interviewing them about their work in the field. Yeah. The Fossil Finders will include guests joining Danny to talk about the joys and challenges of paleontology fieldwork all over the world. There you go. Debut on October 29th as a collaborative program with Paleontologizing on Twitch. So for our first interviewee, I've just confirmed with Carrie. Let me double check and make sure that he hasn't sent me an email saying, oh shoot, never mind. No, we're good. So Carrie Woodruff is an old friend of mine from Montana. He was one of Jack Horner's master's students So Carrie specializes in sauropod dinosaurs, and he also did his PhD on pachycephalosaurs. Carrie's got a ton of good field stories, and that's a great photo of him with the pachycephalosaur skull. That's so cool. Anyway, Carrie is a hoot. You're really gonna like him, and he's gonna be my inaugural interviewee for this new series. So yeah, it's gonna be real good. And actually, folks, if you're on Instagram, if you wouldn't mind commenting on that, being like, I'm so excited for this thing with the folks at SVP would get a kick out of that, I'm sure. But yeah, very excited about this. Carrie is really cool, and man, he's got some good stories. So I know he would be the perfect interviewee for our new series, the perfect inaugural interviewee. And let me show you here we go. This was kind of shocking to me. We had an excellent piece of science outreach from where did that go? Where's the video? Oh, don't tell me they got rid of the video. That was the best part. Come on, New York Post. I know you're a rag, but you at least had a really good video with Carrie back in the day. Where is this? Oh man, don't tell me they got rid of the video. It was the only reason that... Okay, well... That's super disappointing. Video. Super frustrating. They had a really good video up until like a few months ago, and then they just got rid of it on the page, I guess. Frustrating. Anyway, Carrie's super cool. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, did the new Pachycephalosaur used to be lumped in with Stegosaurus and eventually get split? I don't think so. This is a new dinosaur from the Two Medicine Formation. There's a chance it got lumped in before with Stegosaurus, but I don't think so. Brontotholus is the name. It means Thunderdome. It was first mentioned as one of the transitional pachycephalosaurid specimens that are intermediate between Stegosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus by Horner, then uncatalogued. It was subsequently assigned to Hansusia. Okay, so it was Hansusia before, and now Brontotholus. So we'll be talking about this tomorrow when we look at the paper. Carrie sent me a copy of it, so I've got it. We'll take a look. Yeah. Anywho, and pursue Stan Woods. Oh, Stan Wood. The name sounds familiar, but I've never met him, and I can't say I really know anything about him. Thanks, Claire. Carboniferous paleobiology. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, no, I've definitely heard of it before. Yeah. Oh, an interesting person. I've never seen the documentary, but I should check that out, I guess. I guess he passed away in 2012. I'll probably be hearing about him at SVP. I'm going to the UK for the very first time in just a couple weeks. Heading out there to England. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting is going to be in Birmingham. This here. The crown jewel of the British Empire, Birmingham. Can't wait. And Fafnir, this would actually be great to ask Carrie about. Have we decided whether or not Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus are the same thing? It depends who you ask. I don't work on sauropods, so my opinion on this isn't worth a pile of sauropod dung. I suspect they're probably the same critter. But Carrie actually works on sauropods. His opinion is what I would value. So we can ask him next week on Wednesday. Anyhow. And toilet gator, I was joking, but yes. See, remind me on Wednesday, Fafnir. We'll ask Carrie live if you like. Anyhow, good stuff. So we didn't talk about this yesterday, and I figure we should get into it. There's a new Prehistoric Planet trailer that just came out, featuring Pleistocene animals. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that's cool, Pursuit. Nice. Oh, crabs have started their migration on Christmas Island. Cool, Rushway. Nice. Yeah, here. Prehistoric Planet is a series that they've had 2 seasons so far, both set in the Maastrichtian stage, the end of the Cretaceous period. And now there's a season 3 trailer that just dropped. I think it's going to premiere next month. Prehistoric Planet, Ice Age. Take a look at this. Ground sloths.
A roll around the snow is the perfect way to give their thick, shaggy coats a clean.
They're not dinosaurs, they're Pleistocene mammals.
But for first-timers, all this snow can be a bit strange.
Super cool.
That's the idea.
Awesome. So yeah, very cool. And this kind of comes at the perfect time because we're going to be talking about ancient mammals quite a bit, I think, especially Pleistocene mammals. There's some new exhibits going into the museum in Fremont that I'm working with. I need to email Brian Eng about this, actually, and ask if we can be there.
Spared no expense.
Just after he installs them. JQPRR, thank you for the gift sub there. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly.
JQPR gifted a tier 1 sub to Maybe Artistic Truly Twisted.
Thank you very much. And I might even be doing some field work out there in Fremont early next year. We'll have to see. But yeah, we're going to be getting some more Pleistocene mammal talk here on Paleontologizing. So hopefully we'll have all kinds of clips from Prehistoric Planet 3, Prehistoric Planet Ice Age, that I can use to help illustrate what some of these animals would have looked like, how they would have behaved, all that good stuff. So, pretty cool. Very excited. pretty soon. Okay, cool. And
well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Thank you, Might Shiny, for the 25 months of support at Tier 2, no less. Thank you, Might Shiny. Appreciate you keeping me here online with your continued support. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Well, we got a hype train incoming. Well. We'll see if we can get that going. We are not anywhere close to our sub goal for this week. Tomorrow is our last stream of the week. So, yeah, we'll see. But, yeah. I figure... might as well take a look at the Jurassic World Evolution 3 trailer, too, because people have been asking me to take a look at that. Yeah, why don't we? Here we go. I haven't really had time to look at this game at all or anything. I think the devs actually sent me like a code and all of that so I could play it in advance, and that's while I was at TwitchCon, and just the timing did not work out this time around. I don't really do a lot of video games anyway, but if there's a well-produced game featuring dinosaurs, like, I'll give it a shot, and if it gives me an opportunity to talk about dinosaurs as living animals, then I'm all for it. Unfortunately, the timing was just lousy this time around. But let's take a look.
It all started with an idea. What if we could bring the past to life? From the very beginning, we got it wrong, leaving us no
Oh, and look at these Psittacosaurus. Very
choice but to look back to where it all began.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for that gift sub to Squiggles. I appreciate that, Sketchy Tracks. That's good aim there.
Sketchy Tracks gifted a tier 1 sub to Squiggles_da_Gobo.
Well, now the future of human and prehistoric life depends on us finding ways to coexist.
Interesting that they made the Spinosaurus. They changed how the Spinosaurus look in the latest Jurassic World film. What was it? Jurassic World Afterbirth or whatever? Yeah, I guess they improved them slightly from an accuracy standpoint, but man, they made them ugly. These are much more aesthetically pleasing. But yeah, Spinosaurus here. Catching fish, as they should.
Especially when nature shows us who's really in.
Ooh, we got feathered theropods here. I love it. Tornado. Oh boy. I don't think you get tornadoes out of a clear sky like that, do you? I don't think that's really a thing. I don't think you get a tornado on like. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a meteorologist, but this strikes me as slightly unrealistic.
We can't undo the past, but maybe, just maybe, we can avoid repeating it. All I can say is, I hope you know what you're doing.
And that's interesting. The Quetzalcoatlus, I don't think they would have had prehensile digits like that on their hind limbs. they're not evolved for perching or for hanging upside down or anything like that. Their feet just aren't built for this kind of, for like grabbing a helicopter. I don't know if they could do that. Nor could a pteranodon or similar pterosaur do this. You know? I don't think that's really a thing. Weird. I like that these are fast moving and the Triceratops and Stegosaurus stampeding like this. But I don't know if they'd actually be able to do that in real life either. These are not animals that are, Stegosaurus especially, probably not built for running quite like that. But I don't know. Yeah. And they do still have elephant feet. That is disappointing because when you're looking at dinosaurs like Triceratops, yeah, here, we don't really have a close-up there, but was it Fujiwara 2009? Yeah, the forelimbs on critters like Triceratops are there we go on JSTOR. Download. Oh boy, here, hang on. I think I have this. But the hands on a critter like Triceratops do not look like they do on like an elephant. It's just these pillar-like columnar limbs like that. It's completely wrong. Is this it here? That's not it. There it is. Yeah, excellent. So by carefully studying the forelimbs, the hands of Triceratops, we can figure out the posture, and this is a remarkable specimen here. Forget which museum it's at, but the hands do not look like an elephant's hands. They look like this. So I can embiggen that even further to show you. This is what they'd look like from underneath. And then from the side, they would look like this. So very, very different from the Jurassic Park style, just like, basically like elephant hands. They didn't look like that. They looked like this. And the Saurian game got this right. Check that out. I'm not faulting the developers in the last Jurassic World Evolution game because, again, they're hamstrung by this kind of thing. They have to make the Triceratops look like they do in the movies. So they can't actually make them look cool and realistic. They're stuck with, you know, kind of the outdated garbage movie designs. So anyway, yeah. So yeah. But I wonder if there was any other ceratopsids, any other horned dinosaurs from that family that they're going to feature in this game. Because that's the thing, if there's dinosaurs in the game that are not from the movies, then the devs can really spread their wings and show what they can do, you know? I'm mixing analogies here, mixing my metaphors. Well, let's continue. Oh, was that Allosaurus? Huh. Cool.
Now, the very future is in your hands.
Nice. Okay. If I hadn't been so busy lately, you know, we could have done some cool stuff with this potentially, but honestly, more important things to do. TwitchCon, I've got to get my presentation ready for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting soon. I'm organizing this new series with SVP, interviewing other paleontologists. We've got leatherback turtle stuff to do as well. There's just so many other things going on that I kind of don't have time for video games. So apologies to the folks at Frontier. I still need to send them an email about this. But, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And I am making a poster, just one this year for SVP, Deathsaurus. Yeah. So we'll be talking about that soon. In fact, I need to get that done so I can order it soon. Order SVP poster. I have that set on my calendar for the 28th, so I need to have it done before next Tuesday.
Thank you.
Oh boy. That's gonna be tricky. But I'll have part of Friday to work on it. And then maybe part of the weekend, although I'm also traveling this weekend. So many things going on. Ugh. Anyhow. And a whole poster. Yeah, Petrodactylus. Yes. I spend a lot of time on poster design. I've got strong opinions on scientific posters, conference posters. We find mine from last year.
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Sibley?
Paleobirds are Dino's 3 paleo
Thank you
salute.
for the 8 months of support. I appreciate that. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. There's the poster. So here was my research poster from last year, looking at the pace of dinosaur discovery. How many different dinosaurs have been named over each year over the past decade, trying to quantify that in a way that I hadn't seen done before. And then here was my poster about outreach. So all of my work here on Twitch, I made a poster about that as well. And I'm going to be doing a similar one, but focusing on fieldwork live streams for this year. So, yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into designing a good poster that's eye-catching, will draw people over so I can talk to them about it, really conveys ideas in a clear and memorable way. So yeah, that's, I'll be doing something similar this year. Yeah, cool poster. Thank you, Gwyber. Appreciate that. Yeah. And Fafnir, no, that's Velociraptor right there. Yeah, that's Velia. I had her at TwitchCon on Sunday. I'll show you the VOD.
So we work with local humane societies. For example, one that I've been referencing is...
You're doing that, too. Got a pro streamer here with us today.
Destroys as there are more panels. Honestly, what I've been told is it's all about the meetups here.
That is, yeah. There are a few panels that I was hoping to go to today, and then this is the time that I had scheduled for the IRL backpack.
So wing is all askew. I should have
a
fixed that.
sanctuary and a few other things, but you know, I can get in contact with those folks.
And thank you, Pursue.
I'll do that when I get home.
Yeah, there are a lot of panels that have also been streamed to Twitch as well.
Exactly, yeah. So I might get to...
I do. That's Draw Curiosity right there, who's my camera woman for this stream. Can we get a shout out for Draw Curiosity?
Yeah. No, that's one of the few channel redeems that I have. I need to get better at that.
Biologist moved it. I was going to say, she doesn't seem too anxious about it. So.
She's a pro at this point.
This was a ton of fun having Velia there.
Velia. Yeah. I was thinking of giving her like a traditional Mongolian name, but I do not speak Mongolian and I would butcher that. So, hey, how's it going?
Good stuff. So if you want to watch that VOD, I'll give you the link. There you go. And like this. Thumbs up and hearts for the comments there. Good stuff. Anywho, Fafnir says, do you have a particular group of dinosaurs you specialize in? I've been working on Spinosaurids for a number of years. I've worked on Alvarezsaurs. I'm gonna start working on probably beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, what we used to call Hypsilophodonts. And then I might get into Hadrosaurs, Ceratopsids. There's a bunch of different projects that I'm kind of starting off. And I'm also getting into a non-dinosaur group. Here, I'll show you. A particular group of animals that are not dinosaurs, but also very, very cool, and they're still around today. Leatherback turtles. So we'll be talking more about these guys as the weeks and months go on, but yeah, going to be doing some really cool stuff with leatherback turtles. I can't wait, honestly. We'll be talking a lot more about them, interviewing other researchers who work on leatherbacks, getting involved with their research and conservation. Might even have the ability to travel and see some leatherback turtles in person and stream that. That would be super, super cool. I have a whole playlist about this, actually, that I will share with you. And it is called Learn More About Leatherbacks. Here we go. Copy and paste. But let's maybe watch a quick one of these and then think about ending today's stream. Let's see, where's one that's not too long? Take a look at this.
The leatherback, at up to 1.8 meters long
That's
and
not a leatherback.
500 kilograms, is the largest of sea turtles. Shellless, its name for its unique rubbery carcass. Researcher Peter Dutton.
They really
Rubbery carapace. Carapace, not carcass. Anywho.
They are a remarkable creature, and we don't know a lot about them, too. We're just starting to learn some of these things.
Dutton's team from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center searched the Pacific waters off California.
So I was supposed to be part of this team at the beginning of October, and the weather just was no good. So next year, hopefully. But we'll see. I'm working with some of these researchers. I've not met Peter Dutton, but Scott Benson I met with the beginning of September.
A spotter plane makes a sighting.
One boat lane, 12 o'clock.
Carefully, the scientists move in.
Okay, now off the hoop and we'll come straight at us.
Once we got the turtle on the deck, we measure her, attach the harness with a satellite transmitter, take some blood samples, and then release her.
They tracked one leatherback from the South Pacific near Indonesia across the Pacific to the coast of...
Across the entire Pacific Ocean. Imagine swimming that far, you know? Bonkers. Like, it's just nuts that a turtle does this, right?
...of North America to feast on jellyfish.
We've learned a lot about where the turtles are and what brings them here.
Still, the leatherback remains elusive to team members like Scott Benson.
It is a cryptic,
Scott.
seldom seen species. Many people here have never seen this animal.
And
So, yeah, I find the photo, but I went down to Monterey to meet with Scott Benson last month. And super cool guy. Really grateful for the opportunity. And there's me and Scott right there. One of my interviewees that we're going to have on this channel before too long.
Species. Many people here have never seen this animal.
And researchers want to know why the leatherback population has declined, by some estimates, 80% or more in the eastern Pacific.
Oof.
Paul Cisco, VOA News.
Yep. So, unfortunately, the leatherback turtle in the Pacific, here where I live, yeah, these critters are declining at a rate of about 6% every year. So that means 6% population decline every single year. So they could be gone within a couple decades if we don't do something about that now. It's vitally important that we protect these animals. They've been around since the Cretaceous period, you know, since the time of the dinosaurs. And that's why, here, I was passing these out at TwitchCon. I'll show you the sticker. Right here. They've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. Incredible creatures. So we'll be talking a lot more about them for the next few weeks, and especially in December. I'm hoping to do a bunch of interviews with some leatherback researchers and conservationists. I might be doing a partnership with the World Wildlife Fund and with Humane World for Animals, with Upwell Turtles, and with a number of other groups. So I'm very excited about that. And of course, we've got those leatherback emotes too that I put together. I'm glad folks are enjoying those. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah, a Colonian Christmas. I love that simply. Yeah. And do they eat the entire jellyfish? They do, Red Panda. Absolutely. Here. We've got footage of a camera stuck to their back of them eating those jellies. Check this out. Nope. So cool. We still don't know why they aren't hurt by the stings of the jellyfish. These sea jellies have got all of these horrific stinging tentacles. We don't know why they're immune to that. But they don't seem to be bothered at all. Leatherback simulator. I love that, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Axeman, for the 26 months at Tier 3. Thank you very, very much. That is some robust support right there. Thank you for keeping me here online. That's brilliant. Do they eat man-o-wars? They do. Yeah, lots of different kinds of cnidarian. They'll eat sea jellies, man-o-wars, salps, tunicates, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Here, I'll find a video or a picture of one eating a salp for you. Here we go. Check that out. Yeah, they just devour these things. It's truly impressive. Cool stuff. But I think we might have... There we go. There's a leatherback there, making a mess. What's she eating? Some jellies. Those might be... I don't know what those are. But yeah, super cool. And not a lot of things eating those, not much competition. There you go, Fafnir, yeah. Yeah. Super cool. It's just quintessential modern marine reptile. Like, you would not be surprised to see some of these critters swimming around with plesiosaurs and mosasaurs. And they did, back in the day. Their ancestors go all the way back to the Cretaceous. This is a survivor from the Mesozoic era, from the time of the dinosaurs. And they're still around today. There is one species left, and they are in dire need of help. So we'll be talking a lot about them over the coming weeks and months. I'll be bringing Scott Benson on for an interview sometime soon, hopefully. I think December. And interviewing a number of other leatherback turtle researchers and conservationists. I can't wait. It's going to be really good. So, yeah. And Fafnir says, how can you tell she's female? Short tail. The males have longer tails than the females. So, yeah, this one right here. There's Mac here. Model of a leatherback turtle. And she is female. Oh. You can tell by that short tail, though. The males have much longer tails. Her tail barely extends past the end of her carapace right here. The males have got longer tails. So... you never see the males up on the beach. If you see one on the beach, she's definitely female, unless it's a hatchling. The adult females are the only ones who... Females are the only adults who ever go back up on the beach. That's a male right there. You can tell he's got a longer tail. I think the males also, the end of their carapace comes to a sharper point or something like that. Like it tapers more dramatically. The females have got slightly broader hips, as you would imagine from an animal that's laying eggs like that, potentially. So that is, yeah, it is a trait in many turtles. The males have longer tails than the females do. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. But I have so many other questions about these remarkable animals. You know, it'll be really cool to be able to ask some of those questions live, and I can't wait to share that with all of you. Anywho, with that having been said, it is time to wrap up today's broadcast. It's after 6 p.m., so let's go ahead and commence our wrap-up procedure here. There we go. And let's put a Smilodon skull behind our credits, shall we? Let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment. Come on, credits. You can do it. Where's our credits? I think Streamlabs is having some trouble. There we go. We are going to go right into Rhacodactylus, who is himself a cognitive scientist, and doing a partner push right now. So we're going to see if we can help with that push a little bit by rating in. He's talking about anti-science conspiracies. He studies why people believe weird things, including conspiracy theories and bonkers stuff like that. So it's going to be really interesting. I hope you'll join me for this. Anyway, thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, everybody being named here, from raiders and new followers to long-running subscribers. Thank you for keeping me here online with your financial support. These streams would not be possible without your help. Thank you to the gifters and the cheerers and other people who contribute financially. And thank you, perhaps most of all, to the moderators for everything that you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, and to make my job easier with everything that you do, mods. I appreciate you more than you know. Without further ado, let's go ahead and raid into Rhacodactylus. Tomorrow is Thursday Birds Day, and we're covering 3 new genera and species of dinosaurs. So I hope you'll tune in then, 1 p.m. California time. Till then, you all take care of yourselves, and let's go right into Rhacodactylus. I'll see you there.